Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Little warm up there, guys, for you guys in YouTube. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, August the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can hear me and you can see my screen. Let me just get this up here. So guys, I've already posted about the AMTD. So this is what happened. Now, I've been talking about AMTD and HKD and the link. And it was driving me nuts that AMTD was not following HKD like I thought it should have. I mean, we seem to know that there is this, obviously there is a link between them, but AMTD was just absolutely lagging HKD. So there I am in the after hours yesterday, and I'm watching HKD right here. And so this is at 3:30, and this is at 3:45. This is 999.99. How crazy is that, right? It gets at literally to within 1 penny of $1,000, 999.99. So I'm watching this. I'm going, what is wrong? How come AMTD is not even remotely following it? So, because I'm watching it right here, and I say, you know what, just take some. You just never know. So I got into this one at around $3. Okay, see how it was basing here? It was basing at $3. This is at around 5:15 Eastern time, and I said, okay, let's see what happens. Wow, opened up this morning, of course, and now I did take some out before 9 or before 10. There's about a $6 pop and got up to 1440. I have a piece left just in case it does the absolute insanity. I mean, it may have already done its insane move, but it may do an even more insane move. I just don't know. So anyway, finally the AMTD is sort of caught up to what HKD. I'm not saying it has to catch up to the 1,000, of course, but just some kind of a percentage move. And so there it went. And now I have no idea where it's going from here, but what a move. And this was so amazing right there to watch it base at 3 while HKD was, flirting with 1,000. It did pull back, of course. HKD now is at 798. This is why I'm so excited to see what happens with this brush tomorrow, BRSH. You see, we're in this sort of mania right now. This is the one that's supposed to open tomorrow. It's an IPO tomorrow. 2.5 million shares, approximately a 520 open. And we'll just have to wait and see how this opens because we're in that mode right now, guys. Hey, I'm not saying Brush is going to get to 1,000, but just like the MAIA and the other one before that one, the MGAM. I mean, we're in that kind of mode right now where these little guys are just having incredible moves. And if you can take advantage of them, man. Anyway, I know there are other things happening. It's hard for me to concentrate on anything else, but there are other things happening. So APDN, I guess a monkey play. APDN and some news initiates analytical validation. Okay, so this is a monkey play, Pox play. QNRX. Now, I'm not 100% sure I understand this one. It seemed to have a reverse split yesterday, but don't think the reverse split is today. I may be wrong. And now it's for the record holders. So it may be the reverse split is taking effect today. I'd have to check on that. But if it's not, then this is having a big move, QNRX. If it isn't, then the ratio is 0.08 to 1. KRKR, KRKR, KRKR. China stock. Let's see, I don't see any specific reason for this one moving. CDW, this is a big gap down on earnings, guys. CDW, big gap down on earnings. I don't know if all this is right here. Yeah, I mean, it's really not trading much. It's only that one little blip right here, 140,000 shares. It is an earnings play. I'm sorry, this is tomorrow, August the 3rd, pre-market. Yeah, so I'm sorry. So this is an earnings play for tomorrow. So I'm not really sure I understand this move right now. It's like it's only one candle. BGRY. And I don't see any news on it. Oh, wait a minute. Berkshire Gray, nice name, Berkshire, and FedEx expand strategic relation for robotic automation solutions. Okay, so that is BGRY, relatively low float, 39 million. Sizu, this is one I would never see. It is popping up on my scanner, but somebody else mentioned it. I wouldn't normally see it because it's under $1, but it's actually an earnings play also, a lot of volume. Now, if that float is right, 459 million, that's a massive float for 79-cent stock for it to do 64%. So I don't know about that float that we've got here. You guys might want to check other sources to see if that float really is correct, 459 million. ILAG, active one from a few days ago, of course. Super active one. Remember, this got up to 26.40. This was another one of those, I think, IPOs. No news that I can see. INVZ, 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 or gap up, Israeli stock, signs of, wow, okay, signs a $4 billion supply deal with Volkswagen. What's their float? 98 million, a $4 billion. Let's see how long, I'm just trying to see if like this is a 40-year deal or something, or yeah. So I don't see the term of the deal. I just see the. I mean, obviously it's very eye-catching. A $4 billion supply deal with Volkswagen. The Volkswagen's Cariad unit confirmed the deal but declined to provide financial details. Okay, well, 61 million. Okay, that seems a little more in line with a move like that. Pinterest is an earnings play. PINS is an earnings play, guys. PINS, earnings play. Being a nice little move after getting hammered down with Snap last, the other, with many of the other social media plays. When Snap had its earnings, it did basically the same thing in sympathy, but Pin's earnings have propped it up today at least. You can see what happened. That day right there is the same day that Snap had earnings. But look at this. I mean, this is a nice gap up over all of that for PINS. Very green today, Jim. Very. SPWR is an earnings play. SPWR is an earnings play. It's on power yet. Getting right into the 200-day moving average. SYM. SYM. A gap up or a gap down? SYM is an earnings play and a gap down. So this is released earnings after hours. You can see there's actually really no big reaction after hours, but the big reaction is this morning. Not a ton of volume yet. Very low float. Very, very low float. This looks like this was a SPAC that turned into SYM. JetBlue earnings play not good. JetBlue earnings play not good. OST, a lot of these little guys. OST, 7 million in the float. Again, I don't see any news on it. OST. And last, LYT. Again, keep saying this, but there's no news on it that I can see. LYT, no news on it that I can see. Another low float, 5 million. So good, man. All right. Yeah, it's okay. Download the beta. You don't have to do anything. You just download the beta. Okay. Go tell me what happened last night. I haven't seen it yet. Um, yeah, no problem. Yeah, just download the beta. You won't lose anything. Okay, now 9/11. So let me go and check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And again, we have more downgrades than upgrades, but let me get them in here. Okay, there we have some of the upgrades. And then we have more downgrades than upgrades. Okay, a couple of downgrades for NUVB. I'll have to take a look at that one. NUVB. Just a few more to go. As I say, there are more downgrades than upgrades again this morning. Ballard's been downgraded a couple of times. Ballard, BLDR. Take a look at NUVB. NUVB, a couple of downgrades. Let's take a look at NUVB. Anything that's happening with it? Why would anybody care about this one to downgrade them when they're already kicked? Anyway, so I was watching or seeing some of the posts about price alerts. Yeah, I mean, guys, if you're not using our price alerts now, I mean, it's so simple. Okay. I mean, again, we didn't invent price alerts, but I mean, look how easy it is to set a price alert, and so you don't have to keep watching it, staring at a chart. You see something that you might like. For instance, look at this in UVB. I might say to myself, well, you know what? Right now it's having a little bit of a pull up, but what if it gets back down to this 235? I'm just going to make this up, okay? Excuse me. So all I have to do is go to the chart, and when you see the dotted line where you want the price to be, you just right click, create the price alert. Now, if it's not exactly the price, of course you can make the change. You don't have to put any notes if you don't want, and then just save it. I mean, it's so simple. And you'll see in my price alerts window that it's already down here. And if it triggers, because I sort on the trigger time column, it'll pop right to the top. So I'll see it right at the top. I can hear it because I'll put a sound alert on this price alert window also. So, I mean, put the price alert so then you don't have to stare at the chart. So simple to do. I'm telling you, oh, how's Revlon doing this morning? Revlon after its a massive day yesterday. So here's another one. Put a price alert. It got as high as 990. I'm sticking an alert up at that level, 994, and see if it takes out yesterday's high and keeps running. Again, they had that big news yesterday. They obtained their court approval for a $1.4 billion bankruptcy loan. So they've sort of staved off. I mean, they filed for bankruptcy whenever back here, I guess. And of course, it looked like they're going to get relegated to the pink sheets. Yeah, the BGRY. Did I see any news on the BGRY? BGRY. Yeah, this is the one. Now, what a great name they've got. Are they okay? I got to look at their profile here. Yeah, so I mean, Berkshire must be really upset that they've been able to have that name. Anyway, I don't think there's any link whatsoever, but great name that they've got, Berkshire Gray. And this is the deal with so this is the deal with FedEx. Which is the one that I said had the deal with Volkswagen. I listen, I freely admit I'm very distracted by AMTD right now, and I'm watching to wait to see how well it holds 10. It was not, thank you very much, Roger. INVZ, okay. So much happening. There's so much happening this morning. Morning, Stephanie, and all you YouTubers. ARKR, again, I don't see any news on this one. How's China doing right now? Take a look at KWeb. A little weak. So yeah, we're in for a negative open so far. Give me one moment, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, well, let's take a look and see what's happening with the sectors this morning. Click on New, Dog Channel Bar. I'm going to click on the sector status. I didn't see what oil was doing this morning, so this is either going to be 100%, usually 100% up or down. Okay, so something is not right. Okay, guys, something is not right here. You can see they've made some changes here, but something is not right. The change from the open is I'm going to have to let them know that. Make sure I did the right one. Okay, so yeah, they have made some changes and they've messed it up a bit. Okay, I'm going to have to let them know. Now, you guys won't see that because I'm in a development build. Give me a moment, guys. I have to point this out to them. All right, guys. Well, I can't show you what's happening in the pre. However, I think I can trick it a bit. Let me just do one thing here. Doc channel bar. I'm going to go to my change from the open. Of course, it'll look exactly the same. Okay. The change from the close. Yeah. No. Yeah, I got to get them to change that, guys. I'm sorry. They're always doing new things with this development builds. And for some reason, they decided to get rid of the change from the close. So I can't tell what's going on in the pre-market. However, let me take a look at the price of oil. Mildly up, mildly. So there probably wouldn't have been a huge difference, but anyway. Well, it's not a bug. You know, it's funny. It's not a bug. It's what I think it's what they think people want. So it's not actually what I would call a bug. But I don't want it. I mean, we should be able to see what's happening in the pre-market when you look at the sectors. Here we go. So he's going to add it. See, I ask and I get what I want about one in every 10,000 times. Yeah, well, yeah. But as I said, one in 1,000 I get. All right, guys, I'm really watching this AMTD. I mean, this is not, no financial advice here. The longer this holds 10, I mean, I've obviously sold some out. I mean, I sold some, well, before 10 actually, but remember, I was in at 3 after hours yesterday, right around here, and woke up to what I considered a minor miracle that it was doing what it was doing. So I sold some before 10, and it's got up to 1446 on this pullback. I sold some more, so I still have some. I'm wondering if it's going to have the insane move. I mean, it's already had a great move, obviously, but I'm just looking at the HKD. I'm not suggesting it's going to $1,000 like HKD did, but the longer this holds 10, this is going to give me some confidence maybe to add some more. Did I get if you're David, if you're putting it in the YouTube room, you can't put links in here. So no. Yeah, but I've got him to change it, so it's okay. The heading will be there now. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, the problem with YouTube room is you cannot post links. So I mean, it's a good thing to a certain extent, but yeah, you can't collaborate. But that's okay. He's going to be adding the change from the open or the change from the close back in. In the main, you can, but you don't have to because again, he's going to be adding it back. Mosaic. Is this an earnings play? Yes, Mosaic's on the way down here, guys. Mosaic, MOS, earnings play. How did you have shorts for AMTD? Who E-Trade? Did E-Trade have shorts for AMTD? Really? Interesting. Well, I'm glad you I'm glad you got out of it. I'm not sure I've ever seen shorts for it at HKD. I don't think still. I think yesterday Zach was saying there was like a really tough borrow rate for HKD. All right, guys, we're listening. Thank you, William. Yeah, less than a minute. Market opens. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Let me get rid of this. And we'll see what happens in my races. And of course, typically don't trade in the first 15. I'm making a few exceptions in the last little while, depending on what I see in my races. And also, of course, if I do get something on the 10-day daily breakdown and it is an all-time low. I may make an exception there. Otherwise, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I might even wait out. If I were new, I'd probably wait out about the first 30 minutes. Ooh, look at HKD. This could take out 1,000. I mean, it's so crazy. It got literally to $999.99. I guarantee that most people, when they saw this yesterday, thought that was it. Now, finally, the big profit taking, but it's basically tripled. All right, guys, we're now open. Okay, AMTD holding 10 easily. Look at how whippy this HKD is. Probably $100 just like that, up and down. We have a halt, guys. A GOVX monkeypox play halted on the way down. So maybe this is going to be like the SIGA. Holy Toledo! Look at AMTD now, guys. All I can't can't tell you to buy things, but just said watch to see how well it holds 10. Wow. Holy smokes. I can't wait for this one tomorrow, VRSH. Hmm. I know there are other things happening, but hard for me to concentrate right now. APDN, okay, this is a monkeypox play. It was halted, but you know what? These monkeypox plays are pretty suspect right now. Obviously, there's the GLVX. How's the SIGA doing? Yeah, I mean, they're pretty suspect right now. So guys, I mean, if you're going to trade this AMTD, I mean, it's one of these, you cannot wander away from your computer, okay? I guess hopefully that makes sense. SPWR is an earnings play, guys, and it is soaring right now on earnings. SPWR. Okay, now look at AMTD. That's why I'm saying you cannot wander away from your computer. And it just got halted, guys. So that's why, this is not a room which I'm going to tell. All I said was watch how well it holds 10. See, now it is trading more like HKD. So you got to watch HKD at the same time. Oh, look at this one. OTLY, guys, Oatly Group, earnings play, all-time low. I'm sorry, not quite an all-time low. Another Woodward got halted. WWD got halted on the way up. It's an earnings play. WWD got halted on the way up. PGY got halted on the way down. So got to watch these now, guys. I mean, these high flyers from the last few days, some of them are really starting to give it up. So what's the market doing? So the market is, yeah, pretty negative to start. Diebold, DBD. Is this an earnings play? Yes, it is. DBD is an earnings play. You know, this one from yesterday, SNTI, it had a good recovery yesterday. Recovery in that the day before yesterday, so that would have been Friday, hit 339. And then yesterday it got down to 243, recovered somewhat during the day, and continues SNTI and relatively low float, 34 million in the float. Yeah, this one is halted. Fat Boy or Fat Brands. VRAX was halted on the way down, and now it's just resumed. VRAX, another one of the high flyers, monkeypox play. Yeah, a lot of activity in that. Halts resumes. Ooh, VRAX. Ooh, it is shortable for me. Not very many shorts available. Interactive brokers, 21,000. Not that I want to short it right now or ever. I mean, got to be so careful. Now, this is the insane one from one of the insane ones from yesterday, the QRTEB. It went from $4 to 21 or 22, and it just got well, it resumed. It was halted at 933, and it just resumed. All right, FFIE is on the move here. 310, 269, and then 310 are the next highs. Boy, if we could get through that, I mean, look at this, $5 would be the next high. So I don't know if it's all the EV plays or just this one trading higher after if I have top holding and the company executed a non-binding term sheet for a proposed convertible term loan up to $600 million. $600 million financing. Okay, AMTD is now HKD is halted on the way down. So this may be over. I mean, we said this yesterday for the HKD, but then it just absolutely ripped. So now I'm completely out of AMTD, but what I'm waiting for now is to see what HKD does and to see whether or not it's halted on the way down. I mean, is this finally when it's going to give it up? Well, we thought that yesterday when I got down to 300 and then it just soared. All right, PGY just opened. Well, I'm going to stick an alert for FFIE. I know I'm giving up a lot, but I'm going to stick an alert at around 304, a price alert for this one. See if it takes it out later today or maybe tomorrow. And on that news, huge financing for them, and see if it starts to move. You can see how whippy things are in the first 15 minutes. Oh, look at that! Look at that downturn for PGY, guys. 32.25, $7, just like that. All right, so BGRY with the FedEx deal. Okay, so BGRY is now a market high, pre-market high is way up here at 275. So, excuse me, with the races, what I'm going to start watching is when a stock wins multiple times. Yeah, this wasn't going to, looks like this one is going to get, well, halted on the way down, QNRX. It just resumed. Yeah, it just got halted again, guys. QNRX. Keep an eye on the BGRY, guys. I mean, the magnet can be this high in the pre-market, 273. Let's see how well it holds this level. I mean, it is news related, BGRY. Okay, so we've got some interesting action now with the AMTD versus HKD. Oh, no, we don't. It's the same. Look at these bottoming tails. Well, there's AMT. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore, and I'm trying to figure out how I may trade this later if I want to. I mean, it really is going to depend, I think, on the HKD. The HKD has to get right back up. It probably has to get back up to the 850s or so. Keep an eye on the BGRY, guys, the BGRY, a little pullback. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say, shy away from the AMTD now and well, obviously the HKD because they're both really dropping. KRKR. To me, I mean, this doesn't look good. I mean, the question was, first of all, yeah, very whippy in the pre-market. The question was, to have too many topping tails? Yeah, right now, I mean, the buyers have been trying to move this higher. The sellers keep knocking it down. That's on a 5-minute chart, but you've got one, two, three, four, sorry, one, two, three, four, and all these topping tails. Again, what does it mean? The buyers tried to get it higher. Sellers knocked it down, close it here. Buyers try again. Sellers knock it down, buyers try again, et cetera, et cetera. Eventually, the buyers will give up for a while anyway. I'll be right back, guys. Um, I stepped away for a minute there, but I kept hearing CZOO. And that is probably, yeah, you're right, probably challenging that. Where is it here? Yeah, challenge. Well, not only challenging, it is over. Well, again, my bias, of course, were these ones under $1, but now it's at $1. And so again, with this float, somebody said they looked at when FinViz and it had like 30 million. I want to do a check again and get a little ticked off with our provider. So if you guys can maybe somebody go to Yahoo, somebody go to FinViz and tell me what they say regarding float. I just don't have, well, okay, I'll do it for FinViz. 61 million, okay. Somebody can go to Yahoo maybe and find out what the float is, what their float is for CZOO. So Tony Party, that's 60 million, and that is from Yahoo. That's FinViz. No, I know FinViz. I'm looking for Yahoo. I just need two, so I can tell our guys, look, or check the filings, blue collar. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting tired of this. Yeah, see, this is yeah. So I mean, look, we've got 459. Yahoo says the float is 8 million. with 490 million outstanding, 491 million on the float. Okay, well now I'm gonna, blue collar can check the filings. APDN, yeah, it is halted. It is halted, yep. It was halted at 946. One of the scans I'm sharing is a halt scan. You can see it right there, 946, it was halted. If it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open in 8 seconds, if it is a 5-minute halt. There you go. So it just opened, okay? So halt, if you're a subscriber, you can have this. Go to my home page and go to the scan section, and you'll know when things are halted. So there's my home page. So just go to the scan section and you'll see one of the scans I'm sharing is called halts resumes. All right, guys, BGRY on the move. Whoops, put the wrong link in YouTube. Sorry about that. So let's see if BGRY has any sort of a move left in it to see if it get anywhere close to that pre-market high. That's which is right up here, 273. All right, guys, Revlon, REV, just is at yesterday's high. So takes out 10, look out. I mean, this again had the big news yesterday about a $1.8 billion financing rescue package, I guess. Okay, you're asking about APDN to be easy peasy. You're asking about APDN. Do you not have charts? I mean, it's not 9. Halted again though? Or yeah, it looks like it's halted again. No, 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 no. That was AMTD. But don't you have charts? If you're in this trade, you better have some charts. So you know, or you have to, or your broker must have some real-time data for you. No? I can understand why you might be confused, but why would you not look at your broker's platform to see what the price is? I just want to make sure you're trading live. Okay, so what you're saying is you thought I said APADN was at 9, and yet you're looking at your charts and your broker's platform, and it's at 180 or whatever. Okay, I get it. Okay, guys, ACON, ACON. Boy, all these little ones, low float. Okay, BGRY is making a little move. I'll be honest, I don't expect much. I mean, hey, if it got anywhere close to 270, it'd be fabulous. But it does have news. I mean, news that is is eye catching. Something to do with FedEx. And it probably doesn't hurt to have Berkshire in its name. So it could have a lot in the float, blue collar, right? It's just hard to believe that something can move that much with that float. 116%. It's just hard to believe. I mean, it's the same thing that happened with PGY, and I don't that float cannot be right. IBM, the new VRX. Zach, I want you to tell me that you took AMTD after hours yesterday and you held it overnight. All right, guys, BGRY making a nice little move here. Okay, guys, now the AMTD and the HKD may not be over. I mean, look at the HKD. Look at the HKD. Look at these bottoming tails. Look at these big bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart down to 675. And I'm not trading HKD. I'm completely out of my AMTD now, but I'm looking maybe to get back in at some point. And it's these bottoming tails on HKD. Sellers try to knock it down. The buyers close it here. Buyers are closing it here so far. And just look, finally, you see AMTD is starting to mimic a lot better. Look at the two bottoming tails, the same thing. How does iLag look? Well, I mean, it was one of the ones, of course, I saw in the pre-market. The pre-market high was 313. Low float. Probably has to take out at least 250, maybe 260 to get it rolling again. Look at PGY. You talk about a whippy stock. Look at PGY now. So what did it get to? Got down to $25 and boom, right back up $5. Yeah, APDN, halt after halt after halt now. Well, I discounted it more because monkeypox played, but the other monkeypoxes are not doing very well at all. SIGA okay, SIGA is actually making a little bit of a move back. Remember why it fell badly on Friday. Basically coming out and saying, or the CDC or FDA, I can't remember, saying we don't really think that their vaccine works that well, or that it was unethical to do it on human. I don't know. Unethical to do the trials on humans first, something like that. But if you're into it, put an alert at around 1920 or so for SIGA. Excuse me, that's the high of yesterday. Takes that out and may have a run. My guess is probably GovX has popped back up a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. See how that 50-cent mark? So always be aware, for me anyway, stocks under 50 cents, sorry, under $5 can react to that 50-cent level as just like it's the whole number for most other stocks. And it got to 249. This bots are back in YouTube. I've got to spend half my time reporting these bots. All right, guys, I am just going to biding my time right now. Here's the other crazy one, guys. The LTRPB got halted again. AIMD is an IPO. It hasn't obviously hasn't launched yet, or it's a pink sheet. I think this is going to be an uplifting. If you're looking at this, then it must be an uplifting at some point. But it's not trading, so not. And my guess is that the eFresh that you're talking about is the same thing, or the pink. Yeah, so nothing really to see yet. It's like we do have a couple of ones are doing the LPTV will be doing the same thing. LPTV will be an uplisting. What I'm interested in though is tomorrow the BRSH. That's a true IPO, we'll call it. So it starts trading tomorrow, hopefully. So really nothing to see on those two retired Fido, in my opinion, anyway. This reminds me of the one from yesterday, Zach. I can't remember what it was, but the one that also did the same sort of thing. CZOO did the same sort of thing. It broke through a dollar, was sub $1, broke through a dollar, and kept running. Can't remember what that one was, but I know you'll know. Was that OTRK? Yes. So be careful with the CZOO, okay? Because this one, OTRK, very, very similar. Very, very similar. and that it was sub $1, soared, but look at it today. So just be very careful with the CZOO. I'm not saying exactly the same thing's going to happen, but you got to be aware. Yeah, let's take a look at the sector stat. The problem is that I'm not able to compare what was actually happening, but the sector status, here's a change from the open now. Let's take a look. So I really don't know what the oil stocks were doing before the market opened, but right now 80% are down from the open. So again, what do I mean by that? So the very first trade of the day. So XLE, the stocks that make up, the stocks that make up XLE, the big energy ETF, 80% of them are down from their first print of the day, first trade of the day. So is there a rallying sector? Not that I can see, really. Yeah, Rhythm, you're right. Rhythm, RYTM is showing up here. This is now, oh, this is actually an earnings play. Rhythm is actually an earnings play. Didn't really see it at all. No action whatsoever in the pre-market. Just sort of chopping around. Market open though. Look at this. And the highs over here, 1484 and 1525. Well, I certainly missed the boat on the APDN. But I'm not complaining. Well, you might want to, keep an eye on the SNTI. Holding over 3. The high a couple of days ago was 336. So it's got a little bit of room to run. See how well it holds over 3. Problem is you've got these topping tails, so the buyers tried to take it up the last 3 times, but the sellers have knocked it down a bit. So maybe the difference though too, I mean, this is actually an earnings play. CZOO is an earnings play. I don't think PLK was an earnings play yesterday. It actually has earnings coming up. Not sure if they had any news either. Yeah, I don't see any news for this one yesterday to justify that move it had. Wait a minute, I think I've got the wrong stock. OTRK, yeah, sorry. OTRK. Ah, okay. Well, now we know why it's down. Boy, you think they could do it higher. So they've got a $4 million share offering, okay? And it's done way down here. They could not take advantage of it up here or close. So that's the reason why this one is down. This one meaning OTRK. They did a bad job if they had to do the financing down in this area when the stock at one point was up to 172 yesterday. Ah, you know what? Yeah, too much going on for me. The Revlon was a classic. I even had the price alert. Classic break of 10. Yeah, this situation in Taiwan is just, that's all, as somebody said yesterday, that's all the world needs. Another one, I said to myself, today you're going to take this stupid QRTEB, even if you take 100 shares, just to do it. I just lost sight of it. Look at this ACON. Look at this red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. ACON. $1.4 million, I guess. 3.7 million in the float, 1.5 million have traded, so a little less than half the float. Okay, BGRY taking another attempt maybe to get through that 250 level. Another one that I do not see any news on, ACON. I don't see any news on it. Looking at my IB headlines, see nothing there. Yeah, AMC is on the move a bit. AMC is on the move a bit here, guys. GME a little bit, but as I pointed out, if you've heard me talk about GME over the last little while, it's got to get up to 39.23, which is when it did its split, forward split. So it's still underwater from when it did its forward split. Yeah, 1525, guys. 1525 is that next high looking left on the daily chart for RYTM. So it's a little bit above that. So now the next thing to do is look at the monthly. I can't see anything on the weekly. So when you look at the monthly, you've got to go back to 1806, 1806, and it's about a year ago, last August. Well, I missed the boat. There's a QRTB. I mean, insanely risky. Okay. I mean, the spread was crazy. That's why I said, you know what, take 100 shares. The heck with the spread. And I was looking for it down in this area. 2171 was the high yesterday. Just can't do it now. I'm only going to give this BGRY a little bit longer, guys. It looks like it's really trying to struggle to get through this 250 level. Wow, look at the RYTM now. Again, so key, taking out that high right there, 1525. Yeah, on a percentage basis, look at this, almost 200% now for the CZOO, CZOO, CZOO. And meanwhile, the market's off 300, NASDAQ's off 62, SPY's off 27. Who cares? I mean, yeah, one thing Trade Ideas is unbelievable at is finding these ones that just move. Big percentage moves, not caring what the market's doing. So with that in mind, come take the test drive. All right, I just put a link called the test drive August 2022. So if you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So in less than 2 weeks, on August the 15th, which is less than 2 weeks from today, the test drive starts. It'll run from August the 15th to the 29th. That is 10 trading days. It will cost you $11.11. You'll have access to our premium service, everything except no auto trading. Forget about auto trading, okay? Forget about it. So no auto trading, but everything else. So yes, you'll have access. Now, assuming this is assuming you'll be using our downloadable application as opposed to using the web-based version. You'll have access to Brokerage Plus. You'll have access to the races, okay? And yeah, it'll cost $11.11. So if you sign up today, you're pre-registering. Please read this. It doesn't start until the 15th. So you're pre-registering today, okay? That's all you're doing. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. We don't put you in a subscription, okay? We only do this 4 times a year. So if you want to have access to our program and you can afford $11.11 for 10 trading days, you should go for this. All right? Just give me a moment. Okay, I just put my homepage link in. when you click my homepage link, sorry guys, I've got two links in there at once. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So the premium annual is $2,000, standard is $1,000, less the 15% in both cases. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, what we nicknamed Holly. I'll show you what it looks like in a bit. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. In fact, don't take out an annual unless you absolutely know you want the product. We have monthly subscriptions, standard and premium, $118, $228, less the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, you will pay $118 and $228 going forward. At any time, though, if you want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 15% discount. So that's why there's no mad rush to take out an annual subscription. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this. Let's get started, okay? It'll take you about 30 minutes. It runs through, there are 10 short videos running through the download and installation, your first startup and login, toolbar and right-click magic, etc. Spend the 30 minutes to learn a little bit about the program. If you're going to take this test drive, don't just show up Monday morning on August the 15th with absolutely no clue about what Trade Ideas is, okay? Please do a little bit of preliminary work. You know, if you're going to take this seriously. Stock of the day video that I do. I wonder what that's going to be today. Stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't know if it got stopped out. Let's take a look at Riot. I don't know if it got stopped out, but it's a crypto play. Probably didn't get stopped out. I know the trigger, I think, was 750, so I think it did trigger yesterday. So it's still probably in play, guys. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you're not getting them, please check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotional folder. Okay, we get a lot of complaints saying, "Hey, signed up for it, I'm not getting it." Typically, for whatever reason, it goes into spam or your promotional folder if you have Gmail. Education, big education section right here. We have a great user guide. So I'm going to click on the user guide. What I would concentrate on, you should have done the getting started. You should at least know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the racing is all about. That I'll go over in a lot more detail later, okay? I mean, we've got a lot of other things, of course, in the user guide, but just get these things down, you know, and then you can look at, you know, how to put a price alert on a chart, how to put some sound alerts, things like that. But make sure you know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the racing is all about. Daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Tuesday. It should be Michael Noss. Michael Noss is a big user of Brokerage Plus, and he does back testing and things like that. So if you have questions like that, save them up for the noon Eastern, about an hour and a half from now. I'll put the YouTube link in our main room so you can head over there and listen to Michael if that's what you want to do. Also, Chris is in our YouTube room. I shut the main room down at 3:30. Chris Farley from Trade Ideas is in our YouTube room Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. Daily webinars. So today is Tuesday. There's not a webinar today. So there's a webinar tomorrow. We're on the Wednesday rotation this week. Next week is Tuesday, Thursday. You can sign up for them all right there. Back to basics. I mentioned Michael Noss. He put this video series together. If you're brand new to trading, I would absolutely recommend taking a look at this. Spend the time. If you're new to trading, it's all free. And last, if you want my scans, including the race mode that I talk about all the time, I only have 2 other alert windows up and running, and that's Sacks, bouncers, and toppers. And then these, the 10-day daily breakdowns and breakouts, okay? And that's it. Otherwise, I'm just concentrating almost 98% of the time on my race modes. So I have a lot of information on my homepage. Save my link, my homepage link. Then you can look at my scans. You can look at the education, and of course, the getting started anytime you want. And here it is again. If this keeps up, guys, I may have to, I hate to say it, shut down YouTube for a while and contact Yahoo. I can't keep doing this, trying to get rid of these, porn bot sites. Can't keep doing it. Too distracting. Yes, I will do a simulated buy. Ryman, you just give me a moment here. Just got to keep running through my little spiel. Well, you've got to go you've got to go to my homepage, Tony. Okay, you've got to go to my homepage, click on my homepage link. Okay, you can see my screen. Click on the homepage link, and when you do that, one of the sections, my scans. Okay, my scans. Click here. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Before I do that, though, I should give a big welcome to anybody who's brand new to the room today or this week. Welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. My name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. So as I said, we're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you that I have a lot of scans that I'm sharing, my homepage. We have a lot of scans up here. Up here meaning if you click on our toolbar, click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar. These are all theme-based channels. So for instance, if I click on the Momentum channel, this is a layout. This is a Momentum channel layout. So this is an example of a scan. It's called Momentum. And you can see SIEN is just making a new high. You can see the chart right there, SIEN just making a new high. So what this scan is looking for, just as an example, and this is how you can tell what any scan is looking for, mine or anything from the channels. If you right click on configure, and then summary. All right, so this tells you what the scan is looking for. So if a stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day, with a minimum of 100,000 shares, etc. If all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what Trade Ideas is really good at, creating an event and then some kind of a trigger, in this case, a new high for the day. Okay, and then we get a real-time alert. So if you like this scan, well, a couple of things. You can modify this. In other words, you might like the idea of the scan, but maybe you want a different price range. So you can left click on the icon, And then I'm going to change the price to 10 and 100. I'm going to click on the summary again, and now it's changed to 10 and 100. And by the way, I'm not trying to show you every single aspect of trade ideas. I'm just trying to give you an idea about what trade ideas and the capabilities are, okay? This is not, I'm not trying to teach you, how to do all this. I'm just sort of showing you what the capabilities are. Because, all this is in the guide. So I made a change. So if you, two things, if you like the scan the way we have it, or if you make a change, then what you can do is take the scan outside of the layout. And how to do that is you right click and you duplicate into free floating window. Once you do that, now it's a free floating window. Why would you want to do that? Well, now you can save it to your cloud. Right click and save or share to cloud, and you save it. Now it's in your cloud. Now you can go to another channel and you can do basically the same sort of thing. If I go to the Explosive Winners channel. So this race that you see here is in essence the same race that I have. I've made some modifications to it for my style of trading, but it's the same. In essence, it's the same race. Okay. So again, if you like this race, if you like this, you just right click, duplicate it into a free floating window, etc., and then save it to the cloud. All I'm trying to show you is that you can go to the different channels. You might see a scan that you might want to take a look at, save it to the cloud. Then you can bring them back one at a time. You just file load from cloud. And if you save them, then you'll see them. You highlight, load, etc. And that way you can build your own layout without actually having to create anything from scratch, any scan from scratch. Okay. Now, of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. If I right click on this scan that I've got here, configure, and then search. So all of these icons, these are the real-time alert icons. So right at the top, the new high and new low of the day, etc. I'm not going to go over them all, and you don't have to learn them all. Okay. When you see these icons, these are the filter. These are the filter icons. Again, you don't have to learn them all. When the company started in 2003, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to build their own scans. So they tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, if they want to build their own scans, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. There's all sorts of different trading styles out there, but understand you don't have to learn them all. And in fact, you don't have to learn any of them. If you want to take my scans or the scans that we've created, maybe make some modifications, but or just take them as we've created them for you. Just one moment, please. Okay, so again, if you don't want to make your own scans, you never have to. You can take our scans, modify them a little bit if you want, or of course, if you want to make your own scans, you can. We talk a little bit about the AI. Part of our premium service. So if you click on new and then premium AI strategy, they've changed this. So you won't see this. You'll probably see AI/Holly strategy trades window. I would click on that. And when you do that, give me a moment here. Am I hung up? I got something. Just give me a moment here. Ooh, I am in a shoot. Yeah, that's the problem, guys. So I'm in this development version, and I think it's hung up. I think I've just frozen. Hmm. I mean, it's not, I mean, know how to get out of it and all. I just don't want to because then I'm going to lose all these, I'm going to lose all that happened here earlier. Let me see if there's something that I'm not seeing. Just give me a moment. No, I am frozen, unfortunately. Well, I'm always a guinea pig for these new development builds, so now I have to tell them what I did, which is, of course, a challenge. What did I do to get frozen? Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm gonna have to save everything. Yes. So just give me a moment here. Okay, guys, you're gonna have to bear with me here, okay? I just want to see if I can duplicate the reason why I got frozen out. I was in the toolbar, dock channel bar. See, it put me into idea surfing, which I hate. It does it automatically. And I went over here. Yeah, I don't know if I can duplicate it. Okay, guys, never mind. So what I was, okay, this is what I did though. I clicked on, I said, click on the premium AI strategy trades window. No, it's not good. Anyway, this is what you'll see. This is what the AI looks like. And so what happens here is that an entry price, you have a stop price. How you trade these will be up to you, okay? There's no, if you go to the guide, you'll see information about the AI, what it's all about, but there's not going to be a video that says, okay, if you get an alert, this is exactly what you do. You have to have some trading experience. So, and nothing's really happening with the AI today. We had one spectacular one yesterday on a short. And I don't really use the AI very much, I'll be upfront about it. I have other things. I'd rather concentrate on the racing. No, no, we can't do that, Ray. We cannot give the dev version for other users. No. There's enough of us doing it, so. All right, now I want to talk a little bit about this window called Brokerage Plus. See, the problem here, see, I'm losing all my top 10, which I'll go over in a second here. Want to talk about Brokerage Plus? Okay, I put a link in called Brokerage Plus, and you'll see there are two videos there. There's a short video that shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. Now, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, don't worry. It doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It means you just don't have this feature. That's all it means. Remember, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Is E-Trade a good broker? I have no idea, Teddy. I don't have E-Trade. I mean, it's a very popular broker, but I mean, I can't, it's hard for me to answer a question like that. Is E-Trade a good broker? I mean, I don't think it's great for finding shorts, but if you don't care about finding shorts, it's probably a fine broker, but I don't know. Certainly it's an established broker. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. And again, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room in about an hour and 20 minutes. And he's a bigger user of it than I am, especially, and he does back testing. But you know what he's gonna nag at you guys. He's gonna say, you better have a trading plan. When you start trading, you better have a trading plan of some sort. Now, how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. So to have Brokerage Plus, all you have to do is click on New and then click on Brokerage Plus. They've moved it again on me. Where are you? Oh, right at the top here, Brokerage Plus. Okay, so click on Brokerage Plus, and then this window will pop up. I don't know what headings you've got, but it'll look similar to this, of course, and it will say not connected. And so what you do is you click on Sim, and then that not connected will change to account. Click on account, and then then you're in the simulator. Now, I have a feeling they're going to try to simplify this whole thing. When you load Brokerage Plus, you'll be automatically put in the simulator. And you'll only, if you want to trade live, then you'll click on live. But most people probably will be using this as a simulator. Cannot emphasize enough that if you're going to start trading, before you commit money to the market, practice trading using the simulator. Okay, our simulator uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. All you need is our standard service, and all this will be available, of course, during the test drive. But all you need is our standard service, and you're good to go. Okay, again, you don't even need a broker. So if you're undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, no problem. Okay, look at Bed Bath & Beyond up here, guys. Have the memers got a hold of this one today? Yeah, the formatting got all screwed up here. Just give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Okay, so to use the simulator, again, you don't need a broker. Okay, so if you're so undecided about who your broker is going to be, no problem. It uses our real-time data. Very simple to use. Very simple to use. You just click on an alert. Could be in this window up here in the my race, or it could be a symbol in a price alerts window, or it could be in this competitor. Doesn't matter. If you click on any alert anywhere, the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. Let's take the CZU, okay? We'll just take it. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to go right in at the market. There's only a 1 cent spread. Click the buy button and then send. And now you're in the trade. 121. I'm going to put a stop at 101. I'll explain why. There'll be a red line on the chart that's going to be approximately minus 100. There we go, minus 102, okay? So why did I do that? Well, first of all, a couple things here. When you start trading, in my opinion anyway, you should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. So as part of your trading plan, whatever that is going to evolve to, I can't tell you what your trading plan is going to be, but whether you're going to like to be like a momentum trader, seeing stocks that are full of momentum, maybe making new highs of the day and breaking out on an interesting pattern. Maybe you want to be a pullback trader. You don't want to take stocks near the high of the day. You want to see it pull back to a certain level, like a VWAP, or maybe something else, a moving average. I can't tell you what your trading plan is going to be. That's why you've got to practice. So for instance, part of the things that I do is that I'll only see stocks in a certain price range, a minimum volume, a minimum relative volume, things like that. So most of the stocks that I see will already meet like a lot of my criteria. Then after that, for me, I'm looking at the daily, weekly, monthly, checking to see how much room it has. Doesn't really matter what I do. Okay. What I'm really trying to get across though is you have to have some kind of a trading plan, and then look for reasons not to take the trade. Unless you can check, let's just say you had 6 reasons why you will take a trade, 6 boxes. You can't check every box, don't take the trade. Now, it doesn't mean you should have 100 reasons, 100 boxes to have to check. Otherwise, you'll never take any trade. And I'm just using 6. It could be 4, it could be 5, or it could be 2. But you have to come up for with a reason for taking a trade. It can't just be because, whoa, look at this. I think I like this one. I'm going to take the trade. Anyway, you've taken the trade. You've been able to check all your boxes. It looks good. But you also, believe it or not, every trade is not going to work. So you should have a price where you're going to get out of the trade when it's not working. And of course, that is your stop. So the hard thing when people are starting out is, okay, I get that idea. I should be out of the trade if it's not working, but where should my stop be? Well, where I put my stop, I typically will eyeball a 5-minute chart and take a look where I think there is a support level. And so if it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. But support, my idea of support and your idea of support may be a little bit different. So this is what I would do to practice. Maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That's a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. We know what that number is. Okay. And practice using that to start and just see how that works. Because now you know what your entry is when you get into the trade. You know what your stop is. You know what the price is. Okay. And that is going to share size you. How? Well, the other aspect of all this, of course, is that if the trade doesn't work, well, how much are you actually willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work? Hopefully it makes sense that if you have, Raman, you asked why, I'm just demonstrating. Why? I'm just demonstrating it, okay? How you use the simulator. I just picked CZU because it's active. Doesn't mean this is a trade I would take right here. It just means I'm just trying to demonstrate. The question is in our YouTube room, why CZU? Well, I'm just demonstrating how you use how you can use the simulator and how you can place a stop and money management. Hopefully it makes sense if you have a $5,000 account that you will not risk $1,000 a trade. Hopefully that makes sense. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade. So how did I do that? Well, that's why I took 500 shares. Remember, when I get into the trade, I know where my stop is. So how I trade is that I will risk about the same amount every trade. So I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I'm risking about the same amount every trade. So that's why in the simulator, I'm demonstrating a risk of $100. So that if you take 121 my entry, 101 my stop, you'll notice the difference is 20 cents. I wanted to make the math super simple. If I divide 20 cents into $100 that I'm risking, I get 500 shares. Hopefully it makes sense then that I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. How many shares I take will be based on the difference between my entry and my stop. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet so that all you have to do, if you have the same amount you're risking every trade, then you can put the entry, your stop, type that in, and that'll generate how many shares you take. But practice this, guys. It's just practice it. So now the next aspect is somehow to obey your stop. Now it's simple in a simulator to obey your stop. I mean, it's not your money. You get out. Okay, big deal. I lost $100. Not a big deal. One other thing I should say though, if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money trading your account. I mean, now if you can make money in a simulator, doesn't mean you can make money when you're trading your account, because other things come into play like emotions and discipline. But believe me, if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money trading your live account. That's why you've got to practice. How long it's going to take you, I have no idea. Everybody's different. And I'm not trying to be, a real downer on all this, but this is reality. Trading is not easy. You've got to put the time in. The next step is to obey let's say, okay, you're ready to move on. You want to start trading live, is to obey your stop. Sometimes it's really, really hard to obey your stop. You get into a trade that looks wonderful. Maybe there's even additional things happening. Maybe because news or like news is not one of the things I have to check. It doesn't have to have news, but let's say as a bonus, it's got news and the room is talking about it and everything looks rosy. And you get into the trade and it's just not working. Very easy not to obey your stop. You start talking yourself into the fact that, well, maybe my stop was just too tight. So I'm not going to obey it because it's got to come back. So your $100 loss now starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and you sell. And you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Your manageable $100 loss turns into a lot worse of a loss. Almost as bad is having not obeying your stop, being down 500, and then it turns around, now you're up 500 and you're saying, see, I told myself. And can that happen? Of course it can. In my experience over a long time, not obeying your stop is one of the worst things you can do, because you can always get back into the trade. In the old days where commissions were just really horrible, it was really tough sometimes because you get into a trade, you're paying a big commission, you get out, you're paying a big commission, and you're just not wanting to do that. Commissions are so cheap now that that's not a reason for not getting out because of commissions. And you can always get back into the trade. Maybe it sets up again later on. This maybe the same type of a setup. Maybe the market is more on your side. Maybe things have changed a little bit. Okay. I think Steve likes the 10. Well, I know certainly on the 15-minute chart. The question is, what does Steve like? On the 15-minute chart, he likes the 10 SMA. I think on his daily chart, I think he likes the 20. Yeah, whoever that is posting that. I mean, yeah, those are the four outcomes you can have when you get into a trade. And three of them aren't bad. Yeah, the small winner, the small loser. What you don't want to have is the big loser. And when people say, "Oh my gosh, I just blew up my account," or I lost a lot of money in this," that's because they didn't have a stop, or if they had a stop, they didn't obey it. Well, it actually went live yesterday. Okay, Riot actually was live yesterday. So It's live again, if you will. If you didn't take it yesterday, yeah, the trigger was 750. Well, Chandru, it's hard. Where do I get in a stock? I mean, it's it depends on the stock. I'm more of a momentum player. Yeah, APDN is halted again. Now look at HKD, guys. It is now somewhat romping again. It is not over. So that's why I'm watching. I'm going to watch that AMTD again. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Just give me a moment here. I'm going to go over the rating in just a bit here. Oh my goodness, guys. What did I say? HKD not over yet. Look at this. It just took out 1,000 and look at AMTD following suit. So I'm not telling anybody to take this AMTD, but this break of 10 will be pretty interesting. Okay. So, Chandru, when you said, where do I get into a trade? All I'm saying is, you keep an eye on that 10 break. I mean, look what happened with the HKD and the HKD. They're tied. I mean, they are linked. I'm not saying it's a one for one, but good grief. Look at that HKD over 1,000 now. Well, you're going to have to, I mean, yeah, just read. I mean, when it all started. There's no news. You're not going to see, well, this is the reason why it's up to 1,000 right now. That's not what you're going to see. But I mean, this has been in play for what, 5 days now, 6 days now, I guess it started. And you just have to read what they do. I mean, why? I mean, it's nonsensical that it's doing this, but we just got to try to take advantage. Look at, I mean, if you look for reasons, I mean, look at PGY. I mean, look at PGY. I mean, this was down to, this was down to what, 27, 25, back up to 32. Yeah, China stocks are on fire. XPAV, NIO, EDU, FUTU, PDD. How do I know? Look at Zach's topping scan. China, 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 China. Sort of China, not China, but unbelievable. I bet you K-Web is just soaring right now. Yeah, look at K-Web. So you want to play China right now? Here you go. Well, I don't mean you take it right now, but I'm just saying watch this. By the way, guys, I understand. I don't tell anybody what to trade, when to trade it. I'll point out opportunities. The BGRY earlier when I was saying, well, let's see if it gets to that two. Not that it turned out to be an incredible trade, but the key level, I had a price alert. Unfortunately, when I did my reboot, but anyway, I had a price alert at 230, and it got almost up to that 250 mark, right to the 250 mark, and just couldn't get above it. All right, let me go over this window now. Am I getting a little stuck here? Okay, let's talk about the races, guys. And this is where I really want to, cons. It's something's happening. It's a little bit sluggish right now. I mean, it's a development version I'm on, I think, but a little bit sluggish right now. And I've seen the prototype where it is smooth like silk, guys. Man, is it ever going to look good once we get this prototype going. So this is what the races is all about. Okay. The race always starts off from a top list window. Now, everything I'm saying is in the guide. Yeah, something is really, really crazy happening here. So, so again, it's in the guide. Let me just show you where, because you're not going to remember everything I'm saying. Give me a moment. Oh, look at HKD. It came out of the halt and look what it did. Almost 1200. Oh, yeah, 1200. Look at this. Just waiting to see if AMTD can get back over 10 and follow suit, because I'm going to have to delay. I really have to watch this, guys. I want to see if this takes out 10 again in a big way. Okay, guys, I've got a price alert set for the AMTD, so I can keep going on my little spiel here. Oh, what I wanted to show you though is from the guide. So please go to the guide, because everything I'm going to talk about regarding the racing is there. And this is a key feature of Trade Ideas going forward. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and then click on the education section, and then click on the guide, and they're right here, TI stock racing. When you click on that, you're going to see a lot of information here. There's a video, a couple of videos, okay? Everything that I'm talking about will be covered in the guide. And why I think the racing is going to really help people who are just starting out. But even a person like me, I'm not starting out, but I love this racing, and that's all I concentrate on. Who's your broker, Teddy? Just that question is, can I place? Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm just trying to answer a question. Okay, let me start off. Okay, so racing always starts off, to launch a race, always starts off with a top list window, okay? You can see our top list window now. It's just going absolutely crazy. Just give me a second. I want to make sure that's correct. I'm on like a, okay. So in the old days, before racing, a topless window was I'm gonna have to freeze this thing. A topless window was really good in if you wanted to see stocks they were up the most for the day, okay? Or you wanted to see the stocks that are biggest change from the open for the day, biggest change 15 minutes for the day, okay? Or right now. You could sort on any one of these top list columns and it would rank them. So right now, for instance, if I sort on the change from the open column, I can see that CZU is 57% above the open. I can see the APDN is 53% above the open. That's all well and good. But is this telling me that CZU is moving right now? I mean, I suppose I could stare at that 57.1 figure and see if it changes, but how crazy would that be? Okay. So while the top list window is really good at, doing sorts like that, it's not really giving me the information of what is moving in this list right now. And that's where the racing comes in. So, I mean, Sisu could be moving right now. It could be going from, it could be really moving, and it's at the top of the change from the open. It could be really moving, but I wouldn't know unless I, actually stare at these numbers and see if it's changing. More importantly, though, what if something down here, like JMIA, is 10% above the open? What if, though, it is now all of a sudden, for some reason, it's now 11%, 12%, 15, 14, 20%? Really moving. I would never know. So what the race does, it starts off, everybody starts from scratch, okay? The race starts, and I'm running my race every 4 minutes. So when the race begins, it's going to show me the stock that is moving the most relative to the rest of the stocks in the list. So if something is really moving, because I may not care about CZU right now because it's not moving, but what if this one is moving? ACB is really starting to move. You will see it floating to the top of the leaderboard, okay, if it is really moving. And that's what the racing is really all about. It's going to show you relative to the rest of the stocks in this list, what is moving now, and can I take advantage of that move? Okay. And what happens is I'm running my race every 4 minutes. Now, they tell me, yeah, so I'm going to just do something right here. So I guess their plan is really to have a race that, so you won't even know any of this. So you can, ultimately, if you want to make changes, fine. But I don't even know if I want to go into this right now then. Just know this. My racing is running every 4 minutes. Once a race is over, another one will start. And what I've done is I've said, I want to show me the top 10 winners. That's why I was a little upset that I had to do the reboot. Okay. Because, my top 10 winners now will start at whatever time I did my reboot at 10:45 instead of at 9:30. because at the end of the day or during the day, you're going to see the stocks that are win the most races. This turns out to be a great watch list to follow all day long. Okay, all day long. And you can just kind of see, things. One of the great things is that all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you see some stock that's now, some big percentage, like 5, 10, 15%, and it's just zipping up the leaderboard. Click on it, see what's happening. Okay, just click on it and see what's happening. You do not have to wait for the race to be over, to say, okay, now let's click on it and see what's happening. Another way to use it is take a look at the MOXY, the MOXC right here, or the CZOO. Let's just say that you wanted to take this trade, but not now. Maybe you wanted to take the trade if it pulled back to a certain level. Okay. And so maybe you said, you know what, I like this, but I only want to take if it pulls back close to $1. All you got to do then is set a price alert. Okay, you just set a price alert. So using our price alert window in tandem with the racers can really help you. So let's say I'll put a price alert at 106, and you'll see it's down here. So if CZU pulls back to 106, I'll know about it. And then I can make up my mind, of course, if I want to trade. It doesn't absolutely mean I'm going to take the trade, but maybe, or maybe it's, to the VWAP. Maybe you want to put, what, if it pulls back to the VWAP, I want to know about it. Or maybe it pulls back to a certain moving average, I want to know about it. Or maybe if it takes out a high that you think is interesting, I want to know about it. You can always, use it with the price alerts. No, it's nothing to do with counts, PJ. If a stock, right now, when this race started, it's 12.4%. Okay, so from whenever that race started, it's moved 12. It's moved 15% from the change from the open. I mean, it's, so you can just see CZOO. And so that's why, I mean, you might say, well, I don't want to take it now, but what if it pulled back to the VWAP at 112? Okay, stick an alert at the VWAP and see if that happens later, as an example. No, I'm not. I know NA was a wild one before. Oh, on the way down. Hmm. Yes, I'm sorry. You can take trades using E-Trade with our standard subscription. You just can't auto trade. That's all. No auto trading. So HUD Harp, you have to be in the latest beta, okay? If you don't have the racing car as an option, now I should say this. I'm sorry, the logo as an option. I should say this, that in the next production version, the racing car is not even going to be available. It'll be logos, okay? But if you want it right now, you have to go to our homepage, download the latest beta, and then you will see Sorry, I have to do it this way now. You will see show company logos, okay? So if you don't see that show company logos, then you have to be on the latest beta. Okay? Yeah, that you got to be in 5 point, I think it's 96, 5.5.96. Give me a moment here, guys. Yeah, there's the OST. Yeah, I mean, if you see this right here, and this is what I'm trying to say, when you see something moving up on the leaderboard, click on it immediately because it may be that you're catching the move right there for OST as an example, as opposed to at 240, you're actually seeing it at 218. And I could tell right there, if I'd seen this, I would have taken that trade because why? Look at the level it's breaking on the 5 minute chart. We've got a bunch of action right around that 218 level, and it was breaking through it on volume. I would have taken that trade. This way you have to practice, guys. You have to practice trading. There's no there are no shortcuts here. Well, this TH has just been, hanging around this area for a long, long, long time. TH. You can kind of see it's well, the lifetime high, I guess, was yesterday. 1486, I guess, is the lifetime high. Man, I'm just going to stick an alert there and see if it takes out that lifetime high at some point. But look how well this is basing, TH. Yeah, look at OS now, guys, OST. I mean, I'm ticked. I mean, I'm sure I would have seen this. But my excuse is that, I'm yakking about all sorts of other things rather than being able to pay attention, 100% to this window here. But you don't have that same problem. And as I say, the only other alert window that I've got two, 10-day daily breakout, don't get very many alerts. And then now a lot of topping plays from Zacks because of everything was happening with China, but not too many bounce plays either. So those are the only two alert windows that I've got going now. Otherwise, I just spend all day watching this. This meaning the race. Ugh, sick. Look at OST. My goodness. Well, what's the float on this one? Yeah, another low float situation, 7.4 million in the float. You hear me talk about the float all the time. That's the available number of shares that can be traded. When that number is low, for me, anything under 20 million is low. So, and then if for whatever reason there's demand, it's like anything else on earth. Low supply, high demand. That's why you can get a 67% move. Not going to happen with Facebook. I always pick on Facebook, but I mean, Facebook's got 2.2 billion in the float, 2.28 billion in the float. Rarely are you going to get a 40% move in Facebook. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay. So in about 35 minutes, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room, taking over for me in our YouTube room. All right, keep an eye on ACON. Now, the only issue I've got, I mean, this is a really interesting area to try to break out, that 120 area. So I'm going to stick an alert around there, 121 or so. You can see it'll be above this on the 5-minute chart. The big deal is that it did get up to 159 or 160. Okay, so if you get in around that 120 and it makes any sort of a move up to that area, I mean, that'd be a nice percentage gain. Again, I'm not telling you to take that trade. I'm just pointing out an area that that might be very interesting for the ACON, ACON. I mean, guys, look at the SPY right now, okay? The SPY had that nice little 45 minutes. Now it's just sort of flattening out. Look at all the things that are moving that you can find with trade ideas, though. And yes, I'm shamelessly promotional about the product, but my goodness, I mean, if you're an active trader, and just watching just one window, focus on one window. Why do I have Apple and Tesla here? The reason we have this here is just to show you. And again, I'm not dissing anybody who wants to trade Apple or Tesla. And if you do play options or whatever, you can make money trading Tesla and Apple, fantastic. But you'll notice that Apple and Tesla never, ever, ever do these sort of moves. Okay. And it's obvious they've got way more shares in the float, all that sort of stuff. But if you're looking for relative strength, strong stocks like relative strength, I mean, that's why we have this comparison down here. So look, shoot, I was going to say, look at the rhythm. See, this is another way in which you can take a look at stocks that pull back. I mean, rhythm, RYTM was not winning a race, but it was floating to the top. Okay, you could just see it was floating to the top. And why? Because look at that green bar right there. So there's a classic situation where if you're into pullbacks, there's a 3-bar pullback on the 15-minute chart. And when it took out the high right there, 1546, that is, a potential opportunity to take a trade. That's why you have to develop your own trading style. If you want to be a pullback player, if you want to be a momentum player, if you want to be somebody, pulling back to the VWAP. I mean, you have to develop your own trading style. Well, yeah, but you're the $3 spread, but you're talking on the HKD, Wolf. I mean, most of these stocks do not have $3. I've not traded the HKD. I've never have I traded that one, but certainly the other one, the AMTD, they are not 3-cent spreads or $3 spreads. Well, yeah, that's another one too. I've not traded that one either. You're picking the ones that are the most volatile. But if you look at these ones, I mean, their spreads are fine. But that's the other thing. I mean, I'm just talking to somebody in our YouTube room. If a person is uncomfortable, trading these lower float ones that have, these very big percentage moves, then, that will not be your trading plan. It will be that simple. And you just won't trade those. You'll have to find another, if you want to trade the bigger cap stocks, looking for, smaller gains and things like that, that's fine. I'm certainly not trying to force anybody into trading these, but as an active trader, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, then Wolf, you should just stay away from the low float runners. Just stay away. Unfortunately, this room, I mean, we talk about them because they're the most exciting thing. So, that may just not be, I mean, I hate to say it like this, but this room may not be what you're looking for then because, that's what we concentrate on. Yeah, you can set up your races with your own, with larger cap stocks. Absolutely. The race, you can create a symbol list, a watch list. We call it a symbol list, and attach it to the top list window. Go to the guide and it'll explain how to do all that, and then run the race based on your large cap stocks, or just create a top list window, and then with one of the filters, configure. I'm just going to show you. Search, type in market cap. Oh, oops. So you don't have to necessarily have a basket of stocks that you want, and just put in a minimum market cap. Whatever that is, a billion, 2 billion, 10 trillion, you know what I mean? Just put in a minimum market cap that you are comfortable with and run races on that. Yeah, and I'm certainly not saying, to leave. I'm just saying that not unfortunately, I mean, where most of the things I talk about are stocks that are, these high, they're risky, but they give us the biggest bang for the buck. All right, guys. Okay, I'm just going to confirm it'll be Michael. But yeah, I'm sorry. To answer your question, Teddy, yeah, if you have E-Trade or Interactive Brokers and you want to trade using this Brokerage Plus window, yes, you can do it with our standard service. Yes. Look what APD ended, guys. Look at that green line on the daily chart. Got right into the 200-day moving average, almost to the penny. It got up to 283 and it just stalled right there. The importance of the 200-day moving average. I don't have very many indicators on my charts, but that is one that's kind of, I would call it universally used. I mean, I think that most traders are aware of the 200-day moving average. And look what it did. Yes. Okay. Confirmation. It'll be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. And again, he's a way bigger user of Brokerage Plus than I am. So you can ask him a lot of Brokerage Plus questions. These are hotkeys, by the way, very few, but we have these hotkeys, flatten, half, and double. So if I wanted to get out of this trade right now, I would, if I were in as, if I had more trades in here, I would just highlight the one I want and then I flatten it. That'll get me out of the trade. Half gets me out of half my position, or I could double my position. Or of course I could go right to the share box and pick how many shares I want to trade and the price. If I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then then I can practice swing trading. Okay, so you can practice swing trading using the simulator. All right, guys, I'm just kind of just still ticked off and not in the OST, but there'll be another one. As it just made another new high. So, coupled with the 10-day daily breakout and the fact that it's in the racing, gives me sort of double confirmation. I mean, I just unfortunately didn't see it when it was doing it. I was talking about something else. All right, guys. I am just, okay, what's this LYT doing? See, then now look at the LYT. Can you not see that if it can take out this 350 mark? I mean, the high up here is around 380. Not bad, 350 to 380. Again, I'm not saying if it took out 350, it's going to get up to 380, but you can kind of see that if it can take this 350 out, it could have a bit of a run in it. So I noticed it because it was moving up on the leaderboard because of that green candle right there. All right, well, AMTD actually disappointed me. I thought that it would take out 10 again, and I was going to be in this one. I was going to fly with it, but That's why you put a price alert, guys. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But maybe later on in the day, you never know. Ugh, I'm so jeez. All right, not going to dwell on it. Let's see if something else pops in here. That's what I was saying. You can set up a race based on market cap. Put a minimum market cap. If you don't like these low floaters, just put in a minimum market cap. Keep an eye on this Acon, guys. I'm saying, just telling you that takes out this 120, 121 level. It may have a run in it. And another halt, the NA. Yeah, your NA, Zach. So I'm assuming you're short this NA. Oh, I see. I thought you said, did you see NA? So I thought you were wondering if I'd seen it because you were in it. Yeah, it's so important putting these stop losses in. I know it's hard, guys. I mean, it's easy to put a stop loss in. It's not as easy, excuse me, it's not as easy to obey it. I understand completely. We've all done it. I haven't done it in years, but when I started out, I just assumed that, okay, I got into this trade for all the right reasons, and okay, it's going against me, but eventually it'll turn around. And man, when they don't turn around, it's a sickening feeling. You wait months, years, Give me a moment, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, let's take a look at, well, this is in the simulator, guys, the CZOO. Nice trade. I didn't take it in my real account. Guess I should have, but there's a CZOO. Somebody said, do I take a trade after it halts? The only time well, first of all, how can I answer that? If a stock gets halted the first time, so what I'll watch for is, of course, sometimes when it opens, it just runs immediately. So no, I'm not going to chase it. The only time I'll usually take a stock after it's been halted is if it goes down, when it resumes, it goes down below the halt price and then it goes above the halt price. Okay, then I may take the trade. But listen, if you're new to trade, if a person is new to trading, that's, I wouldn't do it. But it's something that I would do. So let's just say, for argument's sake, so this is too extended right now. Okay, I mean, there's a possibility, but let's just say that. Let me get a big chart up here and explain what I'm talking about. But again, this is something that if you're new to trading, don't do. But you ask the question. Let's just say this one got halted at $1.25, CZOO, okay? When it opened below, say at 118, and then it took out that 125, kind of like it did here. There's a part of me that will take that trade, okay? If that makes sense. So it goes below the halt price, and then it pops above the halt price. I will, I don't mean it 100% of the time, but I will definitely be interested in taking that trade as an example. But that is not something that, if you're new to trading, this is not something I would do. But you asked the question, so yeah, the Acon. Let's take a look at the Acon, ACON. Okay, well, it's definitely interesting, guys. Now, my only issue is that I'm taking my break in about 5 minutes, so I don't know if I want to get into a trade right now when I'm going to take my break. I actually will be away from my computer for about 15 minutes, so not a good idea. All right, so the CZU. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just show you how you can take some profit. So I'm going to highlight the trade and I'm going to flatten it. Okay, out of the trade, $195. Okay, that was in the simulator. Just to show you how you can do stuff like this. All right, guys, what I want to do now is I want to put the YouTube link in. Michael will be there in about 5 minutes. A chance to catch my breath. Wow, what a morning. Gosh, that HKD is still trying to scream through 1,000. Unbelievable. The Acon is inching its way up. I just can't take the trade right now, guys. Meanwhile, CZOO making another new high. All right, AMT maybe coming back. AMTD. I'm just watching. I'm watching that silly HKD over 1,000 again. Kazoo. What do they do? They online car retailer, car buying across the UK and Europe. Really, not even in the United States. Interesting, or Canada. Interesting that it's wow. It's pretty amazing. I don't think that we've already determined we don't think that float is correct, but I don't know what to say anymore about that. They our floats. I have to check the spread on this just for fun, HKD, just to see what the silly spread is. And $70? Yeah, looks like about 70. Oh yeah, it's only $70. Incredible. See, the AMTD is sort of lagging it when I'm just looking at their charts. I only have a few thumbnail charts right now, but it's kind of lagging it. I mean, look at the move. This is almost at the high here, and this is really lagging it. So, maybe not anymore. All right, guys. So again, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. It's funny. I'm still holding out on the AMTD for a break of 10 later on. I mean, if it happens, it really depends, I guess, what this HKD is going to do. But if it happens, I mean, we hit what 14 or so, 14.50 in the pre-market. Now, when you guys listen to Michael Nostock, he will not be talking about any of these. Okay. He's a way more conservative trader than I am. There he is. Hello, Michael.
Here I am. How's it going?
Okay. Well, I was just saying, you're not going to be talking about AMTD or HBK.
No, I didn't touch any of those. I had some good ones today from the low float races, but definitely not those insane. Those are widow makers, as we used to call them back at the prop firm.
They can be. There is no question. You can't walk away from your computer. But
No,
I'll let
you
you go now, Michael, or
all
I'll
right.
probably come back at about 5 2 and maybe have a chat. But I'll let you take over now. I see you are now sharing.
I am sharing.
All right, Michael.
Have
We'll see
fun
you in
at
a
the
bit.
pub.
I will. Bye.
All right. Bye. All right, let's just move that over so I get everything on one screen. Beautiful. You know you're a trader when you have so many monitors that you'll actually get neck pain looking around them all day. That could also indicate that you're an old man. I guess both of those. Okay, everyone. So for those who are new here, what we do is we open up the room every day at noon Eastern, and we open up to live Q&A. So we'll just chat about whatever's going on in the overall market, and any questions that you guys have. As always, we appreciate the questions because we are um, we have nothing prepared because we're looking for questions, right? So we don't want to make sure we fill up everything that we're talking about with nonsense in the meantime. So um, ask away. What's up, Wolf? How's it going? And hello, Jim. How's it going? So if you don't know who I am, I guess I can always introduce myself. My name is Michael Noss. I'm a chartered market technician and quantitative trader. I'm also a consultant with trade ideas. I do a lot of the um, nerd stuff, I guess is the best way to put it around here. So I do a lot of the kind of algorithm works, building new scan types, working a lot with the Market Explorer right now. I also do a lot of the guest spots outside when they want a CMT to talk about charts and all that kind of stuff. So, because that's kind of my focus. So, by quantitative trader, I mean essentially what I like to do, whereas most people will take some sort of fundamental story and they'll combine them with a technical story. So they'll say, "Hey, I like a look at, um, XYZ company. I like their product," and then they'll go and they'll look at the chart. For me, I'm more of, okay, there's a statistical significance to this happening, and then I'll go look at the chart. So just a different way of kind of layering your trade. So for me, you look at the S&P 500 sectors daily. I do. I go through right here. I have this ETF watch list that I go through absolutely every day. And I go through the weekly charts at the end of every week, and I go through the monthly charts at the end of every month. I'm what they call a relative strength trader. And I see your second question there. I am mostly a swing trader, but I day trade as well. I trade everything. I just, I like to say I'm just a trader. But most of my trading income will come from the swing side of things. It just suits better to my overall personality. But yeah, so this is my sector list that I go through each and every day, and it's just a bunch of ETFs that I've put together as a something that is interesting to me. And I add to it and I remove from it as time goes on and as things change. I'm always kind of saying, is this important now? Is it not important now? Um, and I just do that to get the feel of the overall market. And then, the S&P 500 sectors is definitely a good place to start because you're going to get some nice benefit from that as well. So new scan in the Market Explorer for those that are interested might want to take a look is this abandoned baby scan. So I made a joke on Twitter as a tired dad. This is a scan that I'm looking at, but what an abandoned baby is for anyone who's not a giant nerd when it comes to candlesticks like me is looking for a gap. Let's make that a little smaller. There. It's looking for a gap one day, right? And then a gap down the next day. So kind of leaving this candle quote unquote abandoned. That's the abandoned baby candlestick. So in the scan in the Market Explorer, you can see that there's up versions and there's down versions, and you can double click on any of these headers to sort them. So if I only want the abandoned baby ups, which would mean, let's find like a real clear one, something like this, where you had a gap down, one day of trading, and then a gap back up. You can go through and look at those. And just like any candlestick, you want to look for it in context of some sort of overall trend. Oh, it's also sorted by date, so you got to be careful there as well. So yeah, so these would be the top 3 or the 3 today. Oh yeah, so this told you should have bought HKD today. What were we doing? Right, because we had gap down yesterday and then a gap up today. So that would be the kind of continuation pattern. So it's basically just saying, is the last gap at this point kind of completely and utterly forgotten about and ignored? And often what it will mean, so for stuff like OM, it had a gap up on, what would that, Monday, and then gap down today. So what a lot of people will take as that is, does that mean the sentiment switched that quickly, right? When you have a gap up, you have positive sentiment, then you have gap down, so you have negative sentiment. And does that mean that there's a whole bunch of people kind of trapped up in this zone, and that would be the area to play short off of, and vice versa? So that's a new scan coming in the system. There's been should be another one coming in sometime today or tomorrow. Right, PKI, for example. This is one that I'm actually watching. Right, big gap up Monday, and then a big gap down today. So if this starts to kind of trade lower intraday, I'm watching this one. Just switch this to an intraday chart here. But I'm watching this one from kind of an intraday basis, and if it starts to break down, I was kind of looking below lows, but even if it kind of holds, I guess, and starts to break down later in the day, break down this low, then I'd probably look to take a short or buy some puts. I haven't looked at the option chain yet, just to see if you're going to get some continuation. Because again, the idea is simply, you had a big gap up, and that was super interesting, and everyone got really excited on that, and then you had a gap down the next day. So either the news was corrected in some way, or it's people rethought about the position or something, right? Again, I don't care about the fundamentals. And then you look at it and like, this is in the context of a downtrend on this one as well. So again, interesting new scan. We're adding new scans to the Market Explorer all the time. Have I seen any monkeypox news? I don't look at the news. I don't care. My theory on news is that by the time you know the news, everybody else knows the news and it's already priced into the stock. And I know that because I actually worked in the hedge fund industry for about 10 years, and I was there as they were building out what they call NLP AIs. And they're just essentially, NLP is just natural language processing, and basically just means they build these computer systems to read news, interpret whether that news is bullish or bearish, and then take a position on the stock. And they do that in seconds. Microseconds sometimes. So, again, I don't mind someone looking at the news, but what I would say is something more like This is a monkeypox stock and it's in the news, and I like this technical setup, right? So I don't have any problem with using news to find a way to build a watch list of things that might go that day. But I think they always have to be prefaced with technical analysis, just to make sure that you're not just buying something because it's in the news. Because again, if it's in the news, everyone has read the news, and it works out from there, right? What I did notice about ADPN, I had some tweets about it, is it just halted every 2 seconds. Like if you go into a 5-minute chart, and it's probably going to continue to do that if it starts moving. So it like halted here, and then opened and ran and halted, and then opened and ran and halted, then opened and ran, halted, and it opened up, tanked, and it halted. So every time you see a gap between these candles, this is like a 5-minute volatility halt. So the problem with really cheap stocks like this, when they really get moving, is that they just halt so much that you're taking a lot of the liquidity, which is kind of the purpose of day trading and day trading with kind of leverage and margin, out of the equation. Where when it's halted, it's nothing you could do, right? If it halts one time, if it halts right here, and then one time uh, something happens where they say, "Oh no, we're not doing this thing that the news thought we were doing," or just a giant sell order or something comes in, it could open up a lot. Like I think it actually just halted again right there. I think, yeah. So it's halted again. So it just doesn't mean don't trade it. It just means understand that that's something that can and will occur in this stock all day. Is it will just halt up and it will halt down, and so you just need to know that. You just need to take. There's an old trading adage that risk is managed on order entry. Essentially, just means you need to understand that it is very possible that this thing halts and gets cut in half, and there's nothing you can do. Right? No stop loss will save you. No exit order. If this thing it halted at 224, and we'll keep an eye on it. It could open up at $1 a share. So you just need to know that when you're taking the trade, that between when it halts and when it's opened, there is absolutely nothing you can do. You are in the position and you are stuck in the position, and wherever it opens, you are just kind of leaving that to fate. So again, it doesn't mean that you don't trade it, because if it halts way up here, you can see it's halted there. Halts If it halts up, that's a good thing. So it could halt up, but you have no control over that as well. So just understand there's no liquidity, regardless of how many shares it's traded, regardless of the relative volume, regardless of any of that. There is no liquidity in the stock. So, it just means that so you look at it and you say, okay, well, if I'm going to buy it around 2, and I know that it's a possibility that it halts like super down to like 1, maybe if I'm normally trading 5,000 shares or $5,000 of a normal stock, then maybe this one I'll trade 1,000 or 2. Because if you're right, you'll probably make as much as trading a quote unquote normal stock with more size. You just size down, and that's what pro traders will always do. As risk increases, size decreases. As risk decreases, size increases, just to make sure that you never just want to be kind of wiped out in a trade, right? So if you have a $10,000 account, I wouldn't suggest, putting the $10,000 account into this trade, even if that's normally how you trade. But maybe you take, I don't know, $2,000 or something from it as opposed to that. Because the odds are you're going to get a lot of halts and opens like this, right? That's the odds that you're going to get kind of this kind of, right? This halt was at 261, and then it opened at 231, right? So that's 30-cent halt, which doesn't sound like much, but it's well over 10%. So the odds are you're going to get quote unquote smaller halts like that, but there's nothing stopping it from being a huge one, especially if some sort of news comes out in the meantime. I'm just going to set a price alert here so we can keep an eye on it. See, I'm going to scan through some more of these abandoned babies things, see if there's anything that's interesting. Well, this one's interesting. The ones that are ADR is a little bit less interesting to me because you can see these things as a daily chart now. They gap a lot. And it's just because, right, this is a Japanese stock. So most of the trading is done in Japan, right? Um, yeah, HKD. That was your ticket. You could have bought that. Why is ADPN halted? It's just a volatility halt, right? So there's just rules on the books that say if a stock moves a certain percentage in a certain period of time, they halt it for 5 minutes. So um, that's why it's halted so much today, because it's only a dollar stock, but it's moving like 20-30% in 5 minutes. So it's constantly hitting this rule that's in the exchanges that just says if a stock moves more than X amount for X period of time, halt it, right? You can see the same kind of thing in HKD, right? This guy that was going nuts, right? So this was definitely a halt and then opened up here and it halted here and gapped down, right? It halted here and then gapped down and ran. Each of these things is an individual halt. And it's just again, it's just a rule built into exchange to stop, to try to halt, I guess halt. It's a good way to word it. Things just going absolutely insane. Basically, it gives time to relax. So you can see it's open back up there, and this halt barely changed anything. It just it this particular halt was like a penny, so that was no big deal. How long is the halt? I think they go between like 3 and 5 minutes, depending on how much it's moved. There's if you just Google um, U.S. exchange halt rules, there'll be a whole list of stuff that you can read. Because yeah, there's circuit breakers for how much a stock or the index can be up and down. There's rules for uh, all kinds of stuff. Just again, it's the point is supposed to be uh, for people who don't know. There was this flash crash. Um, Let me see if I can find it. Flash. 2010? Was that the flash crash? Yeah, I actually was actively day trading at the prop firm at this time. So just I guess we can do a history lesson until there are questions about trade ideas. We'll open this up. I just like to remind everyone that is why we're here, but at the same time, it's just cool to chat. So this is just the 1 day trading during the 2010 flash crash. So um, right, the market tried to sell a bit, and then what happened is a whole bunch of robots stopped. The rumor is that somebody hit a button. Um, what people think happens is that someone basically put an extra zero in a trade, right? They wanted to sell maybe 1,000 ES contracts, but instead they hit to sell 10,000 ES contracts, and that just tanked the market. So this is percentage on the left hand side. So basically the entire market, which is just insane because as much as everybody's freaking out in this market right now, um everyone, we're down 16% total from all-time highs, and the market here crashed 8% in a day and then came back up, right? So this was all just happened because somebody hit a wrong button and kind of spooked the entire market by sending through an order that was too big. Again, from 8% down to up. So we're talking trillions and trillions of dollars of market cap lost and then gained in the market in a single day. It's really hard to kind of state how insane this one was. It was huge, right? It was basically the entire US economy lost 10% of its value because some dude typed in too many zeros before placing a trade. So that's why a lot of these halt rules were created. And they said, okay, we need to have a system in place that if something like that happens, the market gets halted, the individual stocks get halted, all of the traders get 5 minutes to go, okay, what happened? Um, because of course, when the market's selling like that, everyone's going, oh, oh my God, is there some sort of terrorist event, or is something happening that's causing this? And yeah, you're right, Wolf. There would be stops getting hit, there would be entry market orders getting hit, there'd be all this kind of craziness going on. So yeah, so then they built a lot of these rules that just said, hey, if a stock moves more than a couple percentage in any given time, let's just halt the stock for 5 minutes. Everyone takes a big breath, and then we reopen for trading, and we see, right, and it gives time for people to digest information, I guess is the idea behind it. Question: what is an ADR? ADR stands for American Depository Receipt. Simply put, it's a company that is homed in, let's go, um, BB, BlackBerry. So BlackBerry is a Canadian company that is traded primarily on the Canadian Stock Exchange, but is also traded on the US Stock Exchange. Um, that's what an ADR is. So it's basically it's a foreign company that also lists on top of where they normally list. They also list on the US Stock Exchange. Um, so HSBC, right? It's Hong Kong uh, bank, right? So what happens is when you have an ADR or a company that's listed on the foreign exchange, well, it's going to do most of its trading on that other exchange and that other time zone when the US market is closed, right? So this one here is trading in the UK primarily, HSBC. So it means that while the US market is closed and the UK market is open, that's where if they release any news or anything, they're going to announce it during the UK market cycle instead of the US market cycle. So what you get, and this is why it's important to filter these out when you're playing with gaps and stuff, is you get all of these gaps, but they're not really gaps, right? What's really happening here is that there was a bunch of trading that occurred right here, but it occurred on the UK stock exchange and not the American stock exchange. So by the time the stock opens, um, it's down here, but that's just because it's moved while it's in another market. So I hope that makes sense. It's just traded on another market. So generally, they're not great short-term trading vehicles for us. They can be great long-term trading vehicles, but the problem is, so like Sony, for example, or no, that's not Sony, but this one's in France. But because all of the news is going to be digested kind of on the other side of things, then it just means by the time our market opens, all of the excitement's gone. They've had hours to digest that kind of thing, right? So that's what an ADR is. Is HKD a new IPO? Yes, it is. Simple way to find that out is just bring up the daily chart. It just started trading right here. I think it was a spinoff from this AMTD. I think that's what happened. Is that this company spun off this company, and this is just be very, very careful. I'm sure Barry already gave you this rant, but again, this is a widowmaker. There's there is no fundamental reason for this company to be up here. What's happening with this company is that people are shorting it and then getting run over and then shorting it and then getting run over and over and over and over again. We will hear about hedge funds blowing up. We may even hear about stock brokerages blowing up. This is what people thought GameStop was going to be before they realized that GameStop, they just covered their shares and moved on with their lives. Right? It's oh, I can't see those links. I think YouTube blocks the link sharing, but I'll check that out for sure. I read The Flash Boys, which was part of that as well. It was a good, great, great book. But so, right, this is, this is what fake short squeezes look like, or little tiny short squeezes. Like this one here was an actual short squeeze, right? That's when over 100 share or 100% of the float was short. These are all people buying conspiracy theories online. That's what all this is. That's why we're getting the lower highs, right? This is an actual short squeeze. And I tweeted this out this morning and I triggered at least one guy. But this is an actual short squeeze where there are people that are probably shorting it this day saying, okay, that has to be enough. There's no reason for the company to be up this high. And then this happens. And then there was probably a bunch of people shorting it on this day saying this is ridiculous. And they're right. It's ridiculous. There's no reason for the price to be this high. But then, right, it just keeps going and going and going because people keep trying to pick the top, which is why, even though it's not super fun, I am a trend trader. Personally, I would just never touch this thing with someone else's money. But someone told me to trade this. Someone talk prop firm. They just talk about a trading firm where basically you are trading firm money for your own account, right? So you join a firm, they fund you. Audio cutting. Yeah, I noticed there's some. My Wi-Fi is being a bit weird. I can't do anything with it now. Let me shrink some things. Let me turn my music down to take less bandwidth. We got some weird weather out here, so that's probably what was going on. So apologize. Staying mostly good. Yeah, it looks better now. I got two. Stream Deck's got like this little thing that warns you. I've just got pretty shitty weather outside, so it might just be doing the lines. But yeah, so a prop firm is just a place where you go. So like the guys over at Trader TV Live, that's a prop firm where someone pools a bunch of money together and they want to fund traders and they want to share in the spoils of this trader's success. And it's a great place for traders to go who maybe have a good trading strategy and that kind of thing, but don't have enough capital to do it. So that's kind of the nature of it. So that's where I started my trading career. When I was in university, I traded prop. So basically, they had a job fair in university, and they said, "Listen, um, come to our offices. We will give you half of whatever you make. We'll cover any losses if you incur them, and eventually you can trade up to millions of dollars of our capital." And they just work on kind of a tiered system. The better you do, the more money you get to trade with. The better you do, the more money, right? They monitor your risk and they monitor all of that stuff. And yeah, they just kind of make sure that you're not doing anything insane, but the more money you make, the more money they allot to you. So that's what a prop firm is. So it's in my opinion, for people who are looking to start out, I think it's great. I think it's an absolute great place to start because you have a risk manager who teaches you to stop you from doing stupid stuff. You also have access to nearly infinite capital, generally super real time stuff. So it's not like a broker selling your order flow, that kind of thing. It's a good place to start until you're, either funded enough that you're okay doing it yourself, or I know people who just they're like, I don't want to have to save up that money. I'd rather just spend that money and trade someone else's money. Now, when it comes to America, there's a whole bunch of rules. When it comes to Canada, there's not really. But America, I think you have to have a certain series license and that kind of stuff. So I'll leave that on your, I don't know your guys' regulation. What percentage return are they expecting to see? Doesn't really matter. Generally, if you're going to apply to a prop firm, you're just going to bring them a consistent track record because, especially if it's day trading, they don't care about percentage return because how the prop firm works is uh, they get a bunch of leverage for their entire firm from a broker. So, for example, they may get they may trade through Morgan Stanley and have a whole bunch of leverage. And then they divvy that leverage up to their individual traders. So, what they're mainly looking for is diversified returns because the prop firm as a whole, if you look at it from the prop firm owner's point of view, what he wants to see is a whole bunch of people trading completely independent symbols and independent styles and hopefully all making money over the long run, knowing that no day trader makes money every day. And anyone who says they do is just a filthy liar. But, if I have 100 traders trading at my prop firm, I just need most days more traders making money than losing money. And then the traders that are doing well, I'm going to allocate more capital to. And the traders that are doing poorly, I'm going to allocate less capital to. The same way you would do with trading strategies. If you have a trading strategy that's really killing it, you're going to add more capital to that trading strategy. And if you have a trading strategy that really sucks, you're going to remove capital from that trading strategy. So it's kind of the way that the same way that kind of works in so that they can just kind of make sure that they're always again allocating capital just to the one that's doing well, so they have this top rung of traders that are proven and successful, and they'll have access to millions and millions of dollars to trade. And then the next run down may have hundreds of thousands, and the next run down will have tens of thousands, and so on and so forth. And then they usually build in risk management. Like the one that I worked at, you could only lose $50 a day. If you lost $50, even unrealized a day, it would shut you out of the system and it would say, right, come back tomorrow. And then eventually, after you started to make money, they would say, okay, let's turn that to maybe $100 a day, and then up and up and up till it's like, okay, now you can lose $1,000 a day before we shut you out. And again, the point being to people that are doing well and having consistent gains and managing risk correctly, those people are given more capital, and the people who are messing up are giving less capital. So it's still very big here in Canada, and it's still very big overseas. It's a smaller industry in America now, and that's mostly because of the regulation that you guys have. It's harder to um, it's harder to uh, be a prop trader just because again you have to get some sort of series license or something, I believe, down there. Where up here you don't really have to. You just kind of you know we just think you're allowed to do whatever you want with your own money, kind of thing. So it is a reasonable business model. It's a very interesting business model. You can do it. There's futures trading prop firms and FX trading prop firms and equity trading prop firms. Um, it's kind of the same. I've actually worked, I mentioned that I worked in the hedge fund industry for 10 years. I worked with hedge funds that had the same model. That was the entire hedge funds model. So you could invest in the hedge fund, and then the hedge fund would then invest in independent traders, and have them. And then the split's usually negotiable. It's somewhere between 50-50 to, maybe 80% to the trader and 20% to the firm. Generally speaking, it's going to be some sort of sliding scale as well. The more that you prove, the more that you prove you're a good trader and that you're a low risk trader, then the more payout that they'll allow you to take. So, um, again, an interesting. That's just history lessons today, I guess, would be the theme. We got the history lesson of the flash crash. We got the history lesson of prop firms and how I started trading. So that's how I got the trading bug. Is basically I would attend university in the evenings, so I would trade the open, and then I would literally run because it was basically the other side of town. I would literally run to my university and sit in class for the afternoons and evenings. And I moved my entire schedule around so I could trade the mornings. And that's actually when I started to use trade ideas. So I was way back in 2006, and that's where I got my first trade ideas subscription. Because even back then, I needed a scanner. So that's why I started. So in 2016, so 10 years later, I started consulting with trade ideas. And part of the reason is because I had been using them that entire time. When I left prop trading and I went to the hedge fund industry, I would still trade. I would just kind of do it a little sneakily, right? I would wait until I had a Bloomberg terminal on my desk, but that still wasn't interesting to me. So I would install trade ideas as well, and I would trade when I wasn't in meetings or didn't have anything to do, um, and when no one was paying attention. And then when I came and started to trade for myself after the hedge fund company got bought out, again I still had trade ideas. So from 2006 now to 2022, my VUZI is going, thankfully. This has been a great trade. I bought the breakout of the space right here, basically looking at this massive rounded bottom going on. And the thing that really stuck out to me is this 32% short float. So I've been long since, yeah, this candle right here. So I've been long a few days now, and it's just kind of been chopping sideways, but we're getting a little bit of a break today. So on the 15-minute chart, that's just looking like nice solid action. So if we can close up in this area, then I'm very interested in that for a bit of a longer term hold. How would I compare a Bloomberg terminal to trade ideas? The Bloomberg terminal is the most unuser friendly piece of technology I have ever used in my entire life. It's like, you know, it's like using DOS. It's really, really, really bad. But they're just for different things, right? Trade ideas is for retail traders to research and to know what retail traders need to know. So that's their very specific goal, right? It's for us. Bloomberg terminals, again, well, so the price, right? A Bloomberg terminal is like $30,000 or $40,000 a year, whereas trade is two. So that's going to be your biggest difference. But Bloomberg terminals, mainly what I needed it for was pricing like exotic CDOs and CDSs and things like this. Because I did a lot of what my role was an investor would come in and they'd be interested in investing in a hedge fund. And I would fly down and speak to the traders of the hedge fund and ask what they were doing and figure out their trading style and philosophy and figure out the risks associated with that, and then present that back to the investor. This was all around the Bernie Madoff time, where nobody trusted any hedge funds anymore. So they all wanted an independent auditor to go in and say, okay, how do you guys make money? Um, Try to see whether or not that was a believable way to make money and what the risk would be, because anyone who invests in a hedge fund, it's not their primary investment. They've got other investments out there. So, for example, if you had $100 million in long ETFs and mutual funds, you may want to allocate $10 million to a hedge fund, and you're hoping what happens is that hedge fund will perform very well in a market downturn. You don't care what it's doing when the S&P is just rocketing, because you've got money elsewhere. So one of those things, and again, so it's a different beast, right? One of them, you can research weird synthetic CDOs and how they work, and you've got all this insane information that 99.9% of retail traders would need. Trade Ideas is just a more focused thing for kind of the everyman trader, to make sure that they're looking at what matters, and not looking at, and not spending $30,000 plus a year for some random stuff that really doesn't matter. Riot, I see Steve talking about in our Slack room. Oh, there it goes. So that's the trade of the week this week. It's a really nice looking chart. Again, just your very typical kind of William O'Neill cup and handle setup, with a 22% short float. It's going to be correlated to Bitcoin, so keep that in mind. But it's looking great, breaking out here. So yeah, good for Steve. Nice breakout. Yeah, I thought so almost, Brad. Yeah, I wouldn't suggest any retail trader on planet Earth even look at a Bloomberg terminal. Uh, Again, they're mainly for people who have to do high end research on, they want to read the entire balance sheet of a company, as well as know, the CDO attachment to it, and what the overnight repo rate is for the company, and like really really weird stuff that doesn't help us at all. Again, Trade Ideas is built for individual retail traders. So this Riot looks nice. I'm gonna watch this to see. I missed the clear setup was around 750. If you want to get involved, you could see that was yesterday's high, and then it just kind of based around that area. So taking it on this candle would have been the move if I was paying attention. Um, but if we can get some sort of pullback and go, I still like Riot here. It's just breaking, right? It's not nearly overextended at all, because it's just kind of breaking this base right in this area. So in fact, excuse me a moment, I'm going to put order, I think, in that area, just in case a pullback happens later today and I'm not paying attention. There we go. Just a nice move, nice short float. It seems like it's one of those, we have like these cycles in the market where they come for the short float plays. And it seems like we're doing one of those now. And it might just be because there's a couple short float hedge funds that are just getting murdered here in HKD. So anything that's also heavily shorted is probably also going to start running. Probably means to a lesser degree, you're going to see AMC, GME kind of pop. Again, each of these, just I know there's probably no one here that's been smoking the hopium with the poor kids that are getting snake oiled into it, but every pop is happening lower and lower and lower, right? So I wouldn't expect this trend to change until it hits like zero. And same with AMC. Every you had a pop into the 70s, then you had one into the 50s, then you had one into the 40s, then you had one into the 30s, then you had one into the 20s, right? So you don't need to be a technical analyst just to say that's a downtrend. But for short-term traders, ride them, right? BBBY I know is like 50% short, and that popped earlier today. Our number is a little bit off here. It's not 100% short. It's 50% short, which is still insane. Half of the entire float. So nice pop up, and now it's pulling back here. So if this thing can kind of coil and start going, if it trades for a period of time under 6, I might put in a buy stop limit at 6. See if it gets back through that. You can get a few bucks out of that. And then what's Revlon doing? Yeah, that one's looking interesting. Maybe kind of in that area. It's a 60% short float on Revlon, which is insane. But yeah, we seem to have this kind of consistent cycle of everyone forgets about the short float names. Something happens that makes everybody remember about the high short float names, and then all of a sudden, right, you get something like this. Jesus, almost $2,000. And that just kind of spurs through all of the other short float names. So anybody who's getting FOMO when it comes to HKD, right? Just please don't trade that, especially if you're a new trader. Again, it's a widowmaker. I would just do, and this is something that Trade Ideas does well, is just go in and say, hey, I want high short float names. So one of my favorites, and I'll share this, I took the A table, which is Steve Steve creation, and I made my own, which I just called the A table 2.0, where I basically just added some filters to theirs and said I don't want it above I don't think it's the Bollinger Bands. I want it still inside the Bollinger Band. So just saying something that hasn't moved yet. So you get this kind of more tame version, but maybe these things are going to be the next one. So like Microvision with a 25% short float, maybe, right? AutoNation with a 20% short float. That's insane for a stock that's just been, as the market's been getting hammered, this one's been holding really nicely. So keep an eye on that guy. This other one, I mentioned this on Trader TV. I'm on there every Friday mornings, and I mentioned this one. I still like the look of it. It's just a nice, solid um, bull flag here. Now it's got earnings, so you got to be careful about that. That could get you in trouble. But big push up, sideways base right here, just hugging right there, and then you've got a 13% short float, which could rocket it. But if you wanted to go real wild, you could just go in and into that scan that I just gave you, and you could just really loosen up the filters if you just wanted to see. So let's say daily's fine. Let's say that's fine. Let's say that's fine. And this will really open it up. Yeah, so now you're getting the crazies out there. European wax centers, 57% short. Just typing that to the guys. That's if that's right. Let me just confirm with another. Problem is, short squeeze information is notoriously hard to short squeeze. Shortsqueeze.com is just another website where you can just go in and type in. I just like to, if anything's crazy, I like to check it. So yeah, they have a 30%. So it's probably not that far off. That's wild. TBLT. The question that you always need to keep in mind is that, or the thing you always need to keep in mind is that short float data is only updated officially every 2 weeks. So it's possible, right? If you, this is why I generally look for high short float stuff that hasn't moved yet, because so TBLT, for example, within the 2 week period has gone from $2 to 10. Right, that would make me believe that most of that 39% short has been flushed out. Right, so just keep in mind that's very important to always remember that these things can be. So as soon as you see them go, you got to imagine that a lot of the people are going to be short, right? So even ESTE jumped 50% in that 2 week time horizon until we get new data. So a lot of those shorts have probably been floated out. Now, again, I know the conspiracy theorists will say, "Oh, they never cover; they just do this and that and the other thing to hide it." But for those of us who exist in the real world, we know that they cover, they move on, right? They just say, "Okay, well, I took a 20% hit on that. That's fine. I'm probably long something somewhere else." Or they're short as a hedge versus options that they have or something like that. There's all kinds of stuff that they can keep in mind. But yeah, so this is just a nice, so I can just share this one with you guys as well. And I'm just gonna just call it short or stream. And I'll give you guys this if you're interested. Right, that's just going to be a high shorted names. I basically said I wanted them to be above the, so we can just go through the settings here. So for me, I want them inside the Bollinger Bands for the last 60 minutes. So that means at least over the last hour, couple hours, there's been some sort of pullback or consolidation. I want them above the 10 SMA. Again, no magic in this, but just saying I want them to be pushing up, right? A a stock that is short that is getting hammered and it's got a high short float, a lot of people want to buy that, but why would the shorts cover when they're making money? Right? They're only going to short as the trend starts to change, and you're only going to get a squeeze, right? So if they short from here and the stock starts to move up a bit, well, they may cover, but they don't necessarily have to squeeze because they're still up a bunch of money. They're in no panic mode to short. So that's why I said above the 10 SMA is because I want to see the point at which that these shorts are starting to go, okay, well now, we have to cover, or right, bad things will occur. Right, cake, for example, is one. If they're short from up in the 40s, well, again, they can it can move a long way before they're forced to squeeze, but they might start to cover, right? So that's why, again, something like HKD, that's just squeezing. Right? There are people getting margin called. There are people having brokers probably kick down their door saying, give us money. But I'm not going to trade that because I'm not an insane person. But maybe I will try. Maybe I'll see if we are going to get this. We're in this moment where the shorts are starting to get nervous. Maybe in one of these type of plays, like something like Dick's Sporting Goods, maybe there's something that's going to pop up as well. All right, so what do we got? Dick's, we got Edit. Biological product that's been moving up slowly. And then again, you always want to look at where it was roughly 2 weeks ago. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 candles, right? So there's really no reason that this number is going to change insanely in that period of time. But if this thing starts to get going, maybe that's when these things hold on. So this list that I just made for you guys is definitely one that's going to be in the next little bit is going to be in my nightly scanning routine, just saying, is there anything that I can get from this that's going to start? And I'll probably go to scan down to, I don't know, maybe 15% short float. So probably down to like here. Right. So, what's that? Handful of symbols.
Michael, me boy.
What's going on, Barry?
Well, you and I have traded for a few years. I know that,
A few.
maybe a few years. And I have to admit, I don't think I've ever seen anything like HKD.
I haven't
$2,300 now.
either. It's
I seriously, I have not seen anything like it. I mean, remember, this came out of nowhere just, 8 days ago. So
I was making the
it's,
joke on Twitter that this is what are the GME people going to do when they see that there's a real short squeeze that can happen, right? And then
mm-hmm.
there's no, their whole theory being that the government or the space lizards or whatever are stopping the squeeze, but no one's stopping this. And there
Well,
is this, it's what it's doing. There's no retail traders right now buying it at $2,000 a share. What's happening is that people are, I think the borrow fees for some place I was talking to a buddy at a prop firm, the borrow fees are $25 a share.
yeah, I was talking to Zach in our room with Centerpoint. He said, he could, but no way, no way would he. You
Yeah,
just
a
don't know
couple
what's going
days
to
ago they
happen.
were already $10 a share.
Yeah, 23,
But
yeah,
that's
twenty
what's
three hundred
happening. Well,
dollars.
and I know you know that is that people are shorting this thing, getting run over, and
Mm-hmm.
covering them, and it's the funny thing is there's precedent for this, right? And we haven't seen it, but there's the Volkswagen squeeze, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you go and
Yes.
research that, where Volkswagen I think was like the most valuable company in the world for a
Yep.
very short period of time after a spinoff. I was in the hedge fund space then. I remember there was a fund that I was working with that held some of that and just again took it as the gift it was and walked away.
Yeah. I'm intrigued by the AMTD, which is not following it exactly. I mean, it did in the pre-market, and I made out like a bandit. And I've been trading it a little bit in and out. I just keep waiting for it to. I mean, it's not. I don't mean it's going to get to $2,500, but just kind of follow kind of the pattern. And because there is this link, and it's this nebulous link that nobody really knows. Well, somebody knows, but I certainly I don't. We don't really know what the percentage is of AMTD, is of HKD. It just doesn't look right though the way it's trading. So,
No,
but
and I don't know if that means that the longs are smart enough that they're not bidding up AMTD that high, or if there are people that are leaning on this to the short side, knowing that at some point, right, AMTD at some point will probably go back to one, right? I think we can
mhm.
all agree with that. Um, and they're just kind of leaning against that, saying, well, I'm not going to short HKD because that thing's just crazy and a liquid. And maybe there's short going on here, which all it would take is, and there's a couple freshly minted millionaires on HKD to come over and plow some money into this thing to get it going.
Oh
But I
yeah.
think you're on the right side. I've been doing the same thing myself in my own day trading account, where I'll just, above $10, I'll just take a little swing,
Exactly.
and
Exactly.
then get out. I took a gain earlier in yeah, right off the open, and then a loss in this area. And if I wasn't on stream, I probably would have taken a shot on this. And just looking at it, I probably would have been break even here. But I think you're on the right plan. One quick thing. So AJ is saying it would be great to have borrow fee data and trade ideas. That's a broker by broker thing, right? So we can't have. There is
I know
no.
he asks every time. I Jeff
Yeah,
as it actually, yeah, I know he asks all the time.
yeah.
I
It's
Jeff.
it's broker by broker. So there is
I
no
know.
central database for borrow fee. But if you want the borrow fee data, you can just go into your broker and it'll be there, right? So you can
Yep.
find it. But yeah,
Uh,
there's no exchange centralized borrowed fee data.
yeah. Oh man. I mean, yeah. Now look at it. Just draw $500. Anyway, this is. I got to get back into the room because there's some other stuff from the races that are just accelerating. Man, oh man, Michael, I'm loving these races. I mean, just stare at just stare at the race all day long. That's all I do now. Got a
I
couple
know.
other.
Yeah, I'm a convert now. I paid for my monthly mortgage payment today with them, so I can't
Excellent.
I can't complain. Um,
Yeah.
I just wish, and I'm talking to them now. There may be a pro version on the way that kind of cleans things up a little bit and makes everything a little bit more streamlined and professional looking. We'll say that.
I saw a little prototype. Brad showed me a little video where it's way, way, way smoother, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's
Well,
uh that's our switch to JavaScript, which will be very
right.
interesting, which is going to allow us to do more data visualizations and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, AJ, just the comment there, we would have an idea. No, you wouldn't, right? So you could have one broker that has zero borrow costs, and you could have the other one that could have 25,000 borrow costs. It's not ubiquitous across brokers at all. Just like there's some you see something come through Holly, and some places have short and some places don't, right? So
Yeah.
um, it's just as wildly different as anything in the world. So
All right, my
anyway,
friend, I'll
Barry.
take over. Yeah. I'll
All
see you
right,
probably in an hour.
yeah, you have a good
Uh,
one. I'll see you later.
okay, you too. Bye bye.
Bye.
All right, guys, I am back in YouTube, and now I'm back in both. And yeah, Michael and I were just talking about this HKD. I mean, we've traded a few years, and I've never seen anything like this. I have to admit, never seen anything like this. I mean, remember, this stock was, well, zero? No, not quite zero. So I didn't even know what it was back here, but we'll just say, even if it was $20, 2 weeks ago, $20, 2,500. What perplexes me a little though is that the AMTD is not following at all. Now I have traded this one, during my break. I have traded this sort of in and out, made a little bit on one, lost more than I wanted on another, and then made it way back on this move over 10 that got up to 11. But you know, I mean, it just is not following. It's really just not following. Two box, what does average number of prints mean? Okay, so that is the number of trades, okay, that a stock has. So in other words, if I look at my time in sales from Interactive Brokerage, each one of these is a trade as it's coming through, okay, or a print. Okay, so you could say if you're looking for a stock that is always highly liquid, we'll say, maybe you want to put an average number of prints of 5,000. Okay, as an example, that means that is trading 5,000 times a day on average. It's nothing I use because I don't care about that, because if I limit myself to that, then all of a sudden the one that all of a sudden is just ripping today, that hardly ever trades but it's doing its thing and it's trading 168 million shares, I wouldn't see it if I put that average number of prints. Does that make sense, Tubok? So again, keep an eye on the LNFA guys. I had an alert set for this one. This was the one that was the SPAC. It was BCAC, I believe. I think it was B. Oh, wait a minute. Or is this still a SPAC? Man, I'm getting. Oh, well, this is still a SPAC. This is still a SPAC, but I think they announced who they're taking over. Meanwhile, I'm hearing something called TAOP is running here. Whew, is there a lot happening? I mean, you know, I mean, when you look at the market, yeah, it's had a nice little lift and then just sort of flatlining. But look at the things that we can find to trade ideas. I mean, it's just amazing. Yeah, the duo. I mean, it's okay. I mean, I've done okay on it. Why did I take it? Well, I mentioned in the room, I took it at, what was that, at 250, 251, 252, something like that, on that little break, 250. But why did I do it in the first place? Because I looked left and I saw this high in the pre-market, 320. So you'll hear me use the term, this could act like a bit of a magnet, because traders are seeing that. And I'm not saying it's going to get to 320, but I didn't care if it got to 320. It got up to 270, almost to 280. So I'm out of it now. So from 250 to 275 is what basically so 25 cents on a 250 stock in, I don't know, 5 minutes. I'll take that. Ooh, now look at HKD. I mean, Zach, what is your borrowing cost now in HKD at Centerpoint, if you can still do it? HKD. Oh, I didn't see Otis's first post. Did it get deleted? Well, not at most brokers, HKD, and you wouldn't want to. I mean, I would never try to step in. Maybe with one share, just for fun. Okay, but you could lose even on one share. You could lose $500 just like that. Meanwhile, TAOP, October 2000. Okay, I didn't see it. So two bucks, just to sort of tie this up. The average number of prints. Sometimes, for instance, you could see something. This will be a complete exaggeration. You see something that is traded 2 million shares, and you think, "Wow, okay." In theory, it could be two trades, a million each. Two prints. In theory, okay. So that's why people, if you want to get into very liquid situations, you want something that. But we don't have that ability. I've asked for that. Well, years and years and years ago to have actually the number of prints, the current day's prints. But for whatever reason, I guess I don't know if it's too hard to do. I know there are other firms that can do it, but I don't think it really matters. I mean, our relative volume really takes care of that, in my opinion. So it's not as crucial to know exactly. So, for instance, if the prints were actually current, then you could say, okay, only show me something that's printed at least 1,000 trades today, or had 1,000 trades today. I want to make sure it's liquid. I don't want to be in something that is not trading. But I think with our relative volume filter, I don't think that's an issue. $95 a share. There you go. Guys, we're in another market of SPACs, low floats. I mean, this is pretty exciting. I mean, the market for SPACs was dead, it seemed like, for at least a year. But now we're starting to see these SPACs alive and kicking. So here's another one, guys, the CHWA. And I just mentioned the NLFA, I think, NLFA. These guys, they're alive and kicking. I didn't take it. Can I say I was just too distracted. I mean, I had my alert set at 1386 for LNFA. If I'd taken it, there would have been a dollar move. But there's just so much going on for me right now. I've got some posts to answer, and not just in this room, but other things on the go. So let's try to take advantage of it as we can. And let's see if these guys have announced who they are trying to buy. Okay, so they have a pro merger transaction with WAG. Oh, pets, okay. Oh, interesting. Pet caregivers, nonprofit pet charities with help of Robin Hood. Okay, I mean that, that's something I could get behind, being a big pet lover and all that. I could get behind that. Oh, I have no idea, Jado. I have no idea how many prints have to go. You're talking about that specific one. I really don't know. I mean, in theory, you can have, in theory, I mean, a stock can not move at all or a penny. I mean, you could go in at the bid, out at the ask, in at the bid, out at the ask, and if the spread is a penny, I mean, that's sometimes you see action like that, but I don't know if there's a scientific answer to that. Here's another one that Muha just got halted and then resumed. MHUA. Yeah, I mean that's a wild card though. That on that you're talking about that one. Yeah, I would have no idea on that one, the HKD. Man, I'm glad I got out of the AMTD. So this is what I did while I was on my break, and I was waiting for it was a 940 break right there, 940 break. Was able to take it, stalled at 10, got out, not for very much. And then took it again, got stalled out for a loss, and then took it again on the 10 break, just over I think it was over 1018, and it just zipped up a dollar before it came right back down. So, and this is all without hotkeys. I mean, I suppose in that situation, maybe hotkeys would have been better, but I was glued to my account, of course. Yeah, here's ILAG on the move. No, I talked about this one earlier. Somebody asked, what my opinion was. Well, I had to break out, but let's take a look. Last week, what was the high? So it's above last week's high. And then the week before, it was 438. So, I mean, it's got room. And of course, the week before that, it was 26. This was another one of those crazy IPOs. I I wish tomorrow was already. I mean, I cannot wait to see what this BRSH is going to do. Okay. This is going to be an IPO tomorrow, 2.5 million shares, approximately five for the IPO price. If this, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. If this opens above, $5, $6, $7, $6, $7, I'm probably going to take a piece immediately. That is not investment advice. But if it opens above the IPO price, and if it pulls back down, that's okay. I mean, I'm going to size myself accordingly, but because we're right now in this crazy, crazy low priced, low number of shares IPOs. I mean, look at this SPAC. I mean, it hasn't been done yet. This is what used to happen, guys. I mean, when was a SPAC? When did the SPACs start? Was it not 2019? I mean, they've been around for more than that, but when they really exploded, 2019, maybe even 18. I know Space was one of the first ones, SPCE, one of the first big ones. And you couldn't, every day there were SPACs going crazy. Oh, thank you, Zach. Okay, thanks for that. Interesting. Interesting. GovX, possible. Anything is possible, but let's take a look at it. GovX. Yeah, I mean, for me, this would really have to, I mean, to me, there's a lot of resistance around 331. Look at the 5-minute chart and look at all the action at 331. And then up here at 343. To me, there's just, we're at 322 now. To me, there's just, one big area here that's not that far away, and another one that's really not that far away. Now you've got to hope for this one to really move is for, monkeypox to be in the news again. I mean, it's in the news, I get it, but maybe something specific to this, because to me, there's just too much resistance. Now, having said that, you do what you have to do, but I would not be taking that trade because of those two areas. But again, you have to do what you have to do. This is not advice not to take the trade, but that's what I see. So APDN opened, monkeypox again, APDN opened. Oh, good grief. I'm so glad I got out of that AMTD. There's one, if I turned my head and, gone downstairs just even for a minute, I wouldn't have been happy. Guys, even keep an eye on the OST. I mean, it may not be over. The high was 340. If it takes out three again, this little area here, 310, I mean, it may have another run in it. I mean, the 340 is the high, so keep an eye on it. I'm just going to stick an alert there. That's all you have to do. 311, I'll stick an alert around 310, see if it takes it out and runs on volume and could have another run at the high of the day. And maybe after that, oof, 121. Today is Tuesday, so I'll be in a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. All right, let's take a look at, so I lag, so it did not take out three, not yet anyway. This was an early trade for me, BGRI. Why? I just don't know how dynamic it'll be. I mean, taking out that 250, the only reason I took the trade, again, the high was 272. It's probably not enough for me now because I got in this one around 231, 2. And I was thinking, man, if I could ever get even close to 270, that'd be an awesome percentage move. Yeah, it's not going to happen, Jamie. But nice try. While I was on my break, I saw this UTME just take off too. We're at 1205. UTME, UTME, got up to 240. It's pulled right back down. So again, I'll just stick an alert just around $1.90 and see if it takes that back again later on. See, that area right there to take it out and see if it comes back. Looks like this is it for C. This would not surprise me if this closes under $1. CZU. Well, MTC's got a little bit of room, maybe, if you look at the daily chart. I mean, the high today was 205, so if it takes out two, the problem is that 225 is the next high. I mean, it's not bad if you got in at 2 and it got to 225. Obviously, that'd be really good, but ooh, guys, GLDD just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Um, hmm. It must be an earnings play. Didn't see this at all day. And just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown just now. Now, it's possible it would have been earlier, but I had to do the reboot. So it's possible it could have showed up earlier than this. Yeah, a $300 ham sandwich, yeah, or a sandwich. Yeah. Look at this, guys. Look at this. I mean, I don't even know what to say. I mean, there it is. HKD, another new high for the day. All right, guys, why not? Take GLDD, see if it gets close to 10. This is just, this is not a boredom trade exactly, but I'll just see what happens with the GLDD, short it, 1022. So I was surprised I was able to get it so easily. It's down 21%. No, no, I short it. I rarely play a bounce. I'd like it better if it were a lifetime low, but I mean, they can bounce. Of course they can bounce, but it all depends when I get, this is really late. I mean, I have a feeling anybody who had this, well, I could do in fact, let me just do something here. Let me duplicate it in a free floating window. Let's see if this showed up even earlier. Just give me a moment here. Okay, I want to see if this showed up earlier. Yeah, still 1029. Okay, I thought maybe this would have shown up earlier, but obviously some filter values weren't met. That's what prevented it from showing up earlier. But again, I'm just in this for, I mean, I doubt if it's going to take out 10. I'm not looking to, I don't think I'm going to make too much on this one, but you just never know. So I'll take it. Yeah, the BGRY is getting closer, but I just don't know if it's going to have the oomph, number one, to get through that 250. But even if it does, I mean, the high is 273 in the pre-market. I mean, that may not stall it. The next high look, yeah, see 277. So 277, 273 pre-market, 277 on the weekly chart. You know, after playing some of these other ones, I mean, it's hard for me to get too too enthused about this one, even though I did just take the Glad short. So it's hard for me to get too enthused about this one. As I'm talking about the BGRY. What we need is a cheap China IPO. That's what we need. A real cheap China IPO coming up. These are not China. BRSH is not China. Let me just take a look for next week at the IPO calendar and see if there's anything that could be interesting. Oh, I see why you were asking me about, so these are up listings. So the AIMD, and this is the week of, so this could be this week, and EFSH is Wednesday, but these are up listings. I don't know. All right. APDN on the move, guys. APDN, I'm hearing it. Text to voice. The Maxim group was CHG. CHG. That is on Friday. Okay, I'm going to put an alert here. I don't know. I'll have to see where it's out of. $1. This is how I do my IPOs. And 4.5 million. And four to $5. So it's 4 to 5. That's the projection in terms of the open. And this is Maxim. Maxim sometimes gets behind these crazy little ones. So, and let me see where this is out of. Yeah, too bad. It's out of the States. All right. Well, APDN early was definitely stuck at that 200-day moving average. It got up to it and did not. Now it's taken it out. 305, 8 million in the float. I don't trade ETFs at all, retired Fido. Nothing wrong with trading ETFs, but I just don't do it. I'd rather trade stocks. SDSS. Okay, well, back here, yeah. So it's a few months ago, if this was an IPO. All right, so OST has not taken out my price alert. Oof, this was shortable also for me. Shoot, I know you were talking about this one, Zach. Yeah, 174 down to 109. What a great short. Yeah, lots of shorts available. Well, maybe you will see. No, we won't see it here because Tesla has to be. No, this was flying in the pre-market, guys. But look at this, KRKR. Just getting hammered here. China stock. So are the China plays getting hammered right now and all this China Taiwan news? I mean, they're, well, not hammered, but they're certainly moving down. But look at KRKR just getting hammered here. Big red candle there. I mean, from 2 down to 140. That's a big percentage drop. And this is shortable for me. So the next low looking left, man, it's 108. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, APDN just obviously unhalted itself and it moved higher. Okay. All right. Well, GLDD is giving me a little bit. If it gets into the underneath 1010, I'll probably take most of it off. Just because I think it'll have a tough time getting through 10. Halted again, man, oh man. Oh, nice one on your bounce scan, Zach. I know you know this. TBLT. I see TBLT at 737. It didn't get very much below that. And now it's a nice little bounce in play. Come on, GLDD. Give me into the '08 or something. Yeah, that seems a little promotional, okay, about the JMIA. Is that your first post here? I don't recognize your name. Yeah, somebody just, okay, thank you. Was that you, William? Got rid of that post? Thank you. So that's one thing we don't do in this room, guys. We don't start to put rumors in, especially, well, listen, if you've been in the room, obviously for a long time and you're respected, etc. But just to come in as your first post to say, hey guys, watch this. It looks like Amazon might take them over. Bye. I can't see it unless it's in the off topic. How can you see it, Zach? How can you see it? I can't see it. I was gonna delete it. And if you're still in the room, Harris, just understand. I mean, I'm not trying to be too mean to you. You might have been very genuine, okay? But we just don't do that here. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, China related drop, that's fine with the yang. Come on, one more little drop for GLDD. All right, I've just covered some. I have my doubts that it's going to take out that 10. So I've covered some of the GLDD. Add risk reward, had about a 4-cent stop on it. We covered some at '08, so you just look at that. That is about a 4-to-1, as Zach would say, 1-to-4 risk reward. Risking 4 cents, making 16. Now, if it takes out 10, look out. I mean, that's a big psychological number to get through. Okay, so sorry, it just, I couldn't quite see. I haven't seen your name before. Oh, no, Harris. Yeah, that's right, from last week. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I do. So yeah, it's just weren't sure if you were brand new, and so sometimes what happens when because it's a free room, somebody will just come in and say, "Hey guys, watch this," and just leave, and they're just trying to pump it. I do apologize. I do recognize you from last week now, so I do apologize. Okay, guys. Hey, I might get really more out of this than I thought. The GLDD takes out 10. I mean, there's nothing. The next low looking left on the monthlies are 836 on the weeklies. I don't know where they are, but and again, it's just a matter of the 10-day daily breakdown. It was that 1029. I'm not in at 1029. I'm in at 1022, but Yeah, so my theory on the BGRY still remains. I just don't, I think it's going to be too tough to get through the 250. And even if it did, too much near that I think could stall it on the weekly and the pre-market highs. So I will take a pass on that. I'm just watching GLDD guys to see if it takes out 10. Yeah, OST looks like it's done. The only way, well, I've got an alert set up here at $3, so later on maybe, but it looks like it's done now. OST. The resistance? What do you mean you don't understand the resistance? I was in this one earlier in the day. In it, I think it was 231. My whole premise about these ones under $5, my feeling is that the 50 cent mark can be almost as psychological as a dollar, like the whole number to get through. So I watched BGRY. It did get up to the 250 mark, and then that's where it fell. So that's where I made a little bit on it, maybe from 231 to about 245. But that's why I'm saying I think it's going to take a bunch to get through that 250, just because of the psychological nature. And then next, though, even if it did, the pre-market high was 274. And then when I look left on the weekly chart, I see the same thing, 277. So, even if it gets to 250, to me, it might not have oomph to get to the 270 level. I mean, high relative volume. And the news was, obviously some newsworthy, some deal with FedEx, I guess. I'm just watching GLDD. This is going to give me more than I anticipated if it takes out 10. All right. Let me just help it along its way. Sometimes putting a little pink arrow on a chart will help a stock move down. But you won't find that in Investopedia. Halted again. My goodness. How many halts is that for APDN today? Oof. Have they considered it? Not really. I mean, there's no question. I mean, I could do it and maybe run them side by side just to see what would happen. Why don't you do it and let's compare results. So far, I'm pretty happy with the results I'm getting. But you're right, you could add a five, the relative, not the relative, I know what you mean, like 1,000% in the last 5 minutes or 500% in the last 5 minutes. Just add it, yeah, and see if you're getting I mean, you'll get different results. You will not get as many, obviously, with adding that filter. But yeah, maybe it firms it up a bit. I don't know. You guys were talking about AIU earlier. Okay, so maybe it's found a bit of a base. Maybe argument to be made. Maybe taking out this 150 level. Again, though, you're looking at 180. That's not that far away. So it's all depends on what your stop is. You'd have to have a pretty tight stop because it could easily stall at 180. Oh, I was just kidding, Jim. I was just kidding. I was just using my drawing tool to put a big down arrow on the GLDD. It's a joke. A big down arrow trying to move it down. I wish it were that simple. If it were only that simple. All right, guys. So I will be in this marketing meeting in about 8 minutes or so, 5 or 8 minutes or so. Yeah, it's 1:52 now. Yeah, so it starts at 2. I'm usually there a little early. So I'm now really waiting on is the GLDD to see if I can take out 10. Hopefully, while I'm in the meeting. Yeah, this is not even showing up on our. This must have halted almost immediately. Maybe that was why it's not even showing up on our halts resume now. The APDN halted. I can see. Oop, is it open? Yeah, now it's open. So there's your answer. Now it's open. APDN. Yeah, listen, guys. BGRY may explode. Okay, I'm not. I mean, some volume coming in. And maybe that news, the FedEx news, is going to be enough to, get the enthusiasm. It's not a crazy low float, 39 million, 24 times normal though, but I'm just going to take a pass. And I hope that anybody gets in, says, hey, Barry, look at it now, $5. I hope. What's our other favorite stock doing? HKD. It's actually settled down a bit for it. 1810, 1997 bid ask. Okay, well, listen, I may be completely wrong. I mean, if that BGRY, if it does take out the 277 mark, then you're looking at 310 as the next high on the weekly chart. Well, let's see if this stalls at 277 or the pre-market high of 274. So for you guys in it, hey, I'm cheering you on. Let's do it. Let's just do the reverse. Move it up. Yeah, that's the problem. Moving it. Let me. Okay, guys. There's the eye lag. The eye lag is now over 3. Interesting level for it. Okay, the high right here in the pre-market was 315, and earlier I predicted somewhat that the CZU might even end up under $1, and that looks like that's going to happen. I shouldn't say predicted. What I said, it wouldn't surprise me if it just ended up under $1 again. Don't know what you mean by you added 5-minute relative volume as a column. When you mean the 5-minute volume percent, right? And you saw 4,000 plus. I don't know what you mean by that. And unfortunately, I've got to. You mean the 5-minute? Okay. Okay, guys, I've got to take off now. Well, not take off. I'll be here, but I've got to put myself on mute in both rooms. Okay, before I do, I'll put the announcement in. See if there's anything juicy out of the marketing meeting that I can pass on. Okay, guys, so I'll just put myself on mute now. All right, guys, that was a fast half hour. Let's see what happened in the half hour I was gone. SOND. Okay, guys, I'm out of the GLDD, so nobody picked up on my attempt at humor. The marketing meeting was canceled. They're all at a ball game, I guess, San Diego. So marketing meeting was canceled, and so here I'm back. Out of the GLDD, it didn't want to take out 10. Here's another one sort of flying out of nowhere, guys. SOND. What are you doing? You're up high of the day, 124 million in the float, so it's a big float. So what I'm looking for now is some stock out of nowhere moving up on the leaderboard in this race that we probably haven't seen. And all of a sudden, though, for some reason, it's starting to move. And as I watch it, if I watch it and it's starting to move up their leaderboard, I'm going to click on it and see what sort of a pattern it is. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but that's kind of what I'm waiting on right now. Hey, if you're a pullback player, I mean, look at the TAOP. I mean, it pulled back. Yeah, boy, got under $1. That's pretty scary. Got under $1, and now, there's an argument to be made that if it takes out the high of that 15-minute candle, the 130 15-minute candle, that it could have a run. That'd be $1.24, and it did get up to $1.76, but it did drop under $1. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, another halt. And guess what? APDN halted again, or just resumed. Sorry, just resumed. All right, let's talk a little bit about our test drive that's coming up in less than 2 weeks. Okay, so if you click on the test drive link, this is what you'll see. So the test drive starts, oops, there we go. So the test drive starts on the 15th, okay? That's almost 2 weeks, 2 weeks from yesterday. And it goes to the 29th, that is 10 trading days. So please read this carefully. If you sign up today, you are pre-registering. It'll cost you $11.11. You are pre-registering. So please don't ask our poor support people, hey, where's my data? I just signed up. It doesn't start until the 15th. You're pre-registering. And I know it sounds like I'm nagging, but man, it takes up a lot of time or support people having to answer questions like that. So that's number one. Number two, you'll have access to the full premium service other than no auto trading at all. No auto trading, no auto trading. Okay. But of course, you'll have access to Brokerage Plus, the races. Now, if you're using the web-based version during this test drive, unfortunately, the races and Brokerage Plus is not available. Okay. Now, once the test drive is over, it's over. Don't worry. There's nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay. So don't worry about that. And lastly, we only do this 4 times a year. So great opportunity to try us out if you feel you can afford $11.11 for 10 trading days with Trade Ideas. Okay. So take advantage of it. Well, Black Sky just, yeah, just absolutely popped up here, guys. The Black Sky, BKSY. And this came on Zach's topping scan. So potential to short this. What did you get from 250? I'd like to see it a lot higher. Make it a worthwhile short if you do take the short. A decent volume came in, 370,000 shares. That's about not quite a fifth the volume of the day. Yeah, I missed the boat. I had that alert set at $3 for iLag. Just got sidetracked for a bit. But that's, again, 8.7 million in the float, 27 million have traded today. Here's another cheapie, guys, RELI. Yeah, I don't know. Now, if I remember, 115, yeah, this one, so it's a little bit later, but remember Revlon started late with that 1.8 billion dollar or 1.2 billion dollar rescue package. So you never know, even though, I mean, this started at 130, I think, and it ran from 5 all the way up to 10, so doubled. I'm not saying we're going to see another one like that, but that's why we keep an eye, because that showed up in the races. Yeah, so this was not a good IPO. Well, actually, it was a great IPO. That's right, a $4 IPO. That was one of those crazy ones. Yeah, I mean, $4 IPO. I don't know how many shares, probably not many. And it on the day of the IPO got up to $27. Of course, cratered right back down to 6, and it's been holding this level for a long time. Maybe now starting again. It's all traders are looking at the what if. What if? OSCR, let's take a look at OSCR from, yeah, nice break on the daily for sure. Any news on this one? August 11th, they post. Yeah, don't see any news on this one. Definitely a nice little break on the daily here. So if it kept going on the weekly, 579, 579. Yeah, 579 is the next high looking left on the weekly. That could stall it. Yeah, well, your two levels, 273 and 277 for BGRY. I'm not in it. This one just popped in here at 120. The PRPO saw this one. Now look at this thing starting to move through the 200-day moving average. Maybe 147 is the 200-day moving average. Let's see if it can really clear it though. Another crazy little one, 21 million in the float. Okay, guys, I am just NUVB. I had an alert set for this one, NUVB, for some reason. Oh, maybe on a breakdown. Oh, that's right. I think this showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown yesterday. Didn't really move. I'm sick of this one, APDN. Halt, resume, halt, resume, halt, resume all day long. Sick of it. Okay, guys, you may want to consider UTME, UTME. I've got that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. See how it's hugging it? Let's bring up a big chart so you can see what I'm talking about. This was from the races earlier, of course. We see how that 10 SMA, it's kind of holding it up. And that is a Steve Gomez special, right? He loves this 10 SMA. So let's see if this really holds it up. I mean, it's got a ton of room. I mean, 239 is the high it hit before it, cratered. Bit of a spread issue, 169, 175 right now. That's not good for a $150, well, that price of a stock, in my opinion, anyway. We get something like, 174, 176, I'll probably take the trade and, put a 170 stop on it and see what happens. But that is me. Sava. I've seen Sava for a few days after its disaster. Not really a disaster. I mean, they obviously came out and defended themselves really well so far, anyway. But this was like, was this really true? I mean, the DOJ launching a criminal investigation. Was this really true? They came out and said no. Now, who to believe? I know what Zach believes. This is in your topping scale or topping your topping tail play is Sava. This is just getting nonsensical. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This I thought it was APDN. APGN just got halted on the way down. This is the one that was BCAC. I was wrong. Okay, this is the one that was BCAC and turned into this one. This was the SPAC, and you can see BCAC stopped trading right here. Turned into APGN. Now it's been halted on the way down. APGN. Not shortable for me, which is typical second day trading like this. Whoa, GLDD. Maybe it's going to, I may reshort this if it really takes out 10. 110.02. So let me just stick an alert. I'm going to stick an alert around 992. I want to see it really clear 9 or 10, sorry. And I may short it down that area. See if it happens. So again, guys, I mean, this is forming just a great watch list all day long. And this would look a little bit different because I had to do my reboot. I can't remember. I think around 1040 or so. So I had to do a reboot. So this top list, this ranking would look a little bit different anyway. But all you do is just, click on one of them and see what's happening, as a focused watch list for the day, and just see what's happening. So it looks like that stalled the BGRY. Yeah, got up to what, 269, 270? Yeah. So, I mean, look, if you took it at 250 and it got up to 270, that's not bad. Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously it makes no sense that that HKD got up to $2,500 from what, 14 a few days ago. It makes no sense whatsoever. But all we can do, I didn't trade that one at all, but I was very fortunate with the AMTD. Made did really well on the AMTD. This is the guy with Hindenburg. Okay, I'm sure he's right, or he or she. I'm sure he's right, but all we can do is take advantage of the market and what we see. Well, PRPO is still moving. I hear it. I text to voice. I heard it through that 200 day. Not in it. So guys, I am exhausted. I have to tell you, I'm exhausted with what was happening earlier on in the day. So I'm probably not going to be doing too much more trading. So just going to maybe point out potential opportunities, and that's about it. But I am exhausted. Monkeypox play, AEMD. I can't even type. Maybe an interesting one. This beaten down EV play, Lordstown Motors ride earnings. What are they going to say Thursday regarding earnings? I mean, nobody expects them to be making money, but what are they going to say? I haven't seen this one for a while. This Grow Generation, GRWG, cannabis play. Haven't seen it for a while. Remember when this one got up to the lofty 67 level? Seems like yesterday, but it actually wasn't. It was a year ago, February. Boy, just missed the boat on this one, this PRPO. Completely missed the boat. All right, what is this one going to do now? APDN. It's been chopping around, halted. That's why you see all these little gaps, because it's been halted so many times. APDN. All right, TNON on the move here. TNON on the move here. The next high looking left is 260. You know what? That's not that, that's far enough away. Not a ton of volume. Another low float situation with the TNON. Let's see if it holds here and starts to run. It's got some room looking left. It's got some room, 260. That'd be a nice move if it got even close to it. Monkeypox again, AEMD guys, AEMD moving through the 200-day moving average, 169. So AEMD on the move, another low float, 15 million in the float. All right, guys, OST now, interesting level. Interesting level right here. over 3. Got some room. 341 is the high. And, and guess what just got halted again? APDN. APDN just got halted on the way down. Sab, nice one, Harris. Over 20 now. Okay, OST. I mean, the longer it holds over 3 is going to get me really interested. I know it's a bit of a chase on the 15s, but I'm all about that whole number right here, holding. That, of course, is just me. That's quite they're really slamming AMTD, aren't they? QFin and Tiger. Yeah, Todd. We all do. Hey guys, well, I cannot press the buy button for you, but there's OST. Okay, I can't press the buy button for you, but now it's up to you. You know, right here now, 340 is the high. I don't think this is going to rip or anything like that, but you know, off whatever that alert was at 306, 308. And if you put a 3 stop on it, that's about a 6 cent stop, 7 cent stop. So it goes to 321, that's a 1 for 3. You know, it's not the worst thing. Now, the only thing I'll say about that Clarity Toast and all these IPOs, you're really, I know they're all China, or most of them are China, but you know, let's look at all the US IPOs also over the last 2 years. You know, I mean, none of them have very rare. How many times do you hear me say, here's another disaster, another disaster, another disaster? They're certainly not all China, but AMTD does seem to have a sketchy record. Boy, it's a big float, isn't it? 240 million for this $2 stock, if that's correct. For Skills, SKLZ, has earnings after hours tomorrow. Ooh, APDN opened Way down now. So far. What, when you say what it is, what do you mean by what is it? As in D-Local Limited, wholesale trade agents and brokers, other than it being crazy? Other than that, acquired by DuPont Capital. That's on the 20th of, I don't know. I can't tell you what. Oh, I see the Uruguayan flag. Yeah. I've seen this one in the past. That's right, because I've remarked, I think it's the only Uruguayan sock that I've seen. Boy, I haven't seen WKHS for a long time. Take a look at WKHS. Another one hugging that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So, guys, well, that's what I said. You got to be quick on the OST. That was the high of the day right up here, and it got about 10 cents, 8 cents to it. So that was, that was your danger area for if you took the OST, and it's come right back down now. All right, guys, I'll be right back. What time is it? 2:38. Okay, I'll be right back. Mike, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I know that's a hack to find IPOs. I think if you put 1 in the min box, that'll probably make it true. Okay. I don't use the IPO scanner because I think that's not, well, personally, I'd rather do it the way I do it. So, but I think that is a hack. And I think to make the statement true is what you're trying to do. I think you put 1 in the min box. Okay. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. And now APDN is halted on the way up. Yikes. Well, one of the scans, Harris, is this bouncers and toppers from Zach, okay, in our room. And he created this. These are potential bounce plays, and these are potential top plays, okay? So that's why. You know, Mike, in order to test it, put the 1 in and then do a history for today. Were there any IPOs today, or a history for yesterday and or last week, and see if they show up. But again, I like the way I do my IPOs. Okay, one last nag, guys. Make sure you have an alert set for BRSH. Put a price alert at $1. This will be an IPO tomorrow. If it, I mean, there's no guarantee it's going to launch tomorrow, but it's supposed to launch tomorrow, and only 2.5 million shares, around $5. So this could do a crazy thing. We won't know until it opens, of course, and that's the BRSH. Just put it in your chart, create a price alert, put $1, and when it opens, you'll see it right on your price alerts. Somebody mentioned STSS earlier. I think it was you, Cam or Casa, saying this was a relatively recent IPO, about 4 months ago. It was you, Cam. So yeah, look at this now. A little bit of action. Low float, of course, 5.4 million in the float. So MTC just showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. It's showing up on my scan on the race. However, look left. I mean, again, to me, it's just got too much resistance, not that far away. Next high is 225, then 235, 237. We're at 223 right now. To me, it just looks like there's too much resistance. Well, I think your AEMD is going to. I mean, yeah, look at this. What a run from 160. And this is shortable for me. Yeah, lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers. So through the 200-day moving average, next high looking left, let me back this weekly chart out just a little bit. And the next high looks like it's 219. 224. So 219. So around that 220 level, couple of weekly highs. But it's screaming right now. I mean, look at this. Off that 150 lift. I mean, the monkeypox is still, I mean, there's the APDN. I mean, it's right back up. Got halted on the way down. Market doesn't care right now anyway. And APDN is halted again on the way up. All right. Now, Jay, what do you call in soccer? You mean you're off to football? I know where you live. That's okay. No, you're not. You're in a, I'm a Canadian, remember? In case you guys don't know, Jay is from the UK, so. Well, okay, guys, AMD, I'm sure somebody took this. I'm sure, William, you must have taken this. Ooh, OST again, guys. Now, we already had the top there. I mean, if it takes out the top, where could it go? Let's take a look at the 5 minute. So that's at 339. Let's have to back this weekly out. I can't really get a, I may have to get a bigger weekly chart up. There we go. Now let's take a look at a big weekly chart. Start looking left. So it's at 316 right now. High is 230. High is 220. High is 272. High is 310. High is 495. Guys, look at this. So when you look left on this weekly chart, again, I'm not saying it's going to get to 495, but that high right there is 310. Okay, that is 310. That is a few months ago. And it's at 309 right now. You can, granted, the high of the day is higher, but boy, when you look at a weekly chart, this has got some room. If it can maintain this 310, maybe get up to 320 and run. So keep an eye on the OST again. Moment. All right, APDN guys, just man, sure a lot of people thought that that downturn right there for APDN on the halt got down to what, down to three. Probably thought that was it. Not close. This one is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. See why it's, I mean, you have this top 10 list of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day, and right at the top is APDN. I'm not saying it would have been easy. Probably not to, right here at 250, right here at 250, kind of base around, but why it looks so jumpy is because we had so many halts. Wow, 252 already, guys. So let me put myself, I don't know if I'll be putting myself on mute at 3. I typically do, but we'll see what happens. But one last time, my homepage, all the information. I'm assuming you cannot hear that leaf blower in the background. My noise canceling is still working like a charm, I hope. I can hardly hear myself. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, again, this is what you'll see. So you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Mandatory that you do the Let's Get Started. If you do take out a subscription, take 30 minutes out of your life and at least get to know what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay, there are 10 videos. I do a stock of the day video, free. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, guys. The trade of the week has triggered yesterday and it's working. Trigger was 750, I believe. I don't know if it's pulled back at all, but it's pulled back some. But you trade it the way you see it. But the trigger was 750. I mean, again, these are meant for longer term trades, but this is so tied into crypto. I mean, I'm sure most people know that. But if you took it at 750 yesterday, it had a little pullback, and then it got up to 810. Not bad. So that's the trade of the week. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting them, check your spam box, or if you have Gmail, check your promotional folder. Okay. And of course, education all here. I'm not going to go over everything, but we've got a great user guide. Chris will be in our YouTube room. I'll shut the main room down at 3:30. Chris will be there in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. I'll put the YouTube link in before I do shut down the main room. The daily webinars. So there will be one tomorrow. That's the one I help out on. So we're on the Wednesday rotation this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And last, Michael Noss, who, if you were in the YouTube room today between 12 and 1, he was hosting it and he put this video series together. So if you're new to trading, as basic as you can get, what is a stock? Okay. And then of course, intro to charts and candlesticks, etc. So if you're new to trading, I really, really recommend you take a look at that. It's free. And of course, last, my scans. You want my scans, including this beautiful race that I talk about all day long, Zach's bouncers and toppers, and these 10-day daily breakouts and down. Oh, those are the only other alert windows that I'm using now. I do have other ones here that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. But I must admit, I'm only really looking at the two I mentioned, plus the race. And in the pre-market, this is what I'm using. The pre-market actives up and down, and this gap up and gap down, they work in the pre-market also. So save my link. Then you can you can take a look at the education, take a look at my scans. do this getting started anytime you want. And if you're going to take the test drive, you can do the getting started, take a look at the guide, at least know what an alert window is, a top list window is, and what the racing is all about. It's all in the guide. If you're going to take this test drive seriously, you have to do some preparation. I'm hoping you're just not going to show up, 8 o'clock Monday morning on the 15th and go, what am I looking at? What is trade ideas? Yeah, the stuff we see, they don't care what the market's doing most of the time anyway. Ugh, this is ugly. Again, another one. This is another China stock. I'm assuming it's a China stock. I shouldn't assume, I suppose, but yeah, China stock. Another one that had halts and resumes all day long. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do, just put the announcement in. I'll put myself on mute, but I am here. So if you have any questions, I can always hop back on the mic. I'm not leaving. Okay, guys. So I'll just put myself on mute. But again, if you have any questions, I am still here. Okay, Harris, I see your point. Well, okay. Well, first of all, I am we have different traders of trade ideas. So, w- would it not be possible just to adapt the trade ideas scanning and all the tools we've got to your style of trading that you want to show in your room? I mean, we've got all sorts of different traders in this room, of course, but yeah, I'm more of a momentum trader and all that. I don't really teach, I just sort of point out what I see and people want to follow. That's great. But why couldn't you just take the scanner and try to adapt it to how you want to show people? You say the method is opposite. So, I mean, if you're looking for more pullback plays and things like that, I mean, certainly you can create scanners like that. And I could direct you. I mean, I'm the guy at Trade Ideas who's the active trader, the super active trader, okay? And the rest of them are, I would call Chris is sort of a little bit active, but he's more of a swing trader. Most of them are more swing trades, but unfortunately, but they haven't been able to do a lot of swing trading over the last little while. So they have different ideas also. But I'm not sure, if you see what the scanner can do, why could you not just create scans that would be more adaptable to how you like to trade and how you'd like to talk to your group about? And it's okay to, talk in this forum like this. I'll put myself back on mute, see if you answer. And as usual, APDN halted and resumed. And is it halted again? No. Actually, it is. It is halted again, APDN. Or if it's not halted, it's going to be. Well, maybe not. I'm just looking, I see that little blue dot, interactive brokers, which usually means it's going to be halted. And yeah, there's some trades, 409, 410. No, just got halted. APDN just got halted again. I wonder if this is a record. Let's just see here. And I think there's some that didn't even show up. And this now starts at 10:35. So I bet you APDN was halted earlier than that. And that, of course, is because I had to do a reboot at 10:35. So the first hour, I'm sure it was halted, but let's just count. One, okay, volatility one, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I'm going to lose it. Forget it. 35. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so in that case, I mean, you don't have to do what we do in this room. And it's not so much we do. I mean, I'm looking at the biggest, it just happens that most of them are low floaters. But, I don't scan for low floaters. I mean, they just happen. I mean, I'm looking for stocks that are probably going to move a decent percent. They just, obviously most of those are going to be low floaters. I'm not scanning for low floaters, but why don't you just, create your filters. I mean, you can just create filters so prevent low floaters. Put in a like a market cap that you think is good. That's not a low float market cap. You can always use a minimum and things like that. And put a minimum price of 10. I mean, I could take this. I could take this right here, for instance. Let's just do it for fun. Right click. I'm going to duplicate the window. Ooh, this was on freeze. Okay. I'm going to duplicate the window. And now I will stocks between 10 and, I don't know, 50, 100. I don't know. Let's go 100. Minimum volume, again, 200,000 shares. I mean, most of these things are going to be way over that. And then put a market cap or a float. Just do a search for the float. What would you consider not a low float? As an example, 30,000, 30 million? I'll put 30 million. But you can see how it's customizable. Okay, so now I've got 10 and 100, 200,000 shares, 30 million minimum float. Say, okay, now I can run a race based on that. So in that case, you will see very different looking stocks than you see here. You see what I mean? And if you're looking for stocks that are, when you say a trend, I mean, we could add some more filters here to give you like, I don't know, the top of a 5 day, things like that to make sure maybe it's at the high of the 5 days. But you will get very, very different looks here. I guess all I'm really trying to say is that you can construct a filter that is more in tune to how you feel you want to display it to your group. Okay, guys, back on mute. Well, and you know what, Harris, I'm reading that. That is why we are really pushing the race, okay, the scan, race scan, whatever you want to call it, as one window that you look at. That's it, okay? That's why we're really pushing it. And this is going to get better and better and better. The presentation of this is going to get better and better and better. That's why, again, we're pushing it. As an active trader, I used to have way more scans open. Okay. And I was getting to the point where I was, getting even myself, even though I know better, I should know better, getting overwhelmed by the number of scans I had. And so about 3 weeks ago, I made a decision and I got rid of about 6 or 7 scans that I used to have up and running. The only ones I'm keeping, my 10-day daily breakout and down. Look how many alerts I have. Hardly any, okay, because I've got some very, very tough filters in here. So this is not a big distraction from my race scan. And then, Zach's toppers, again, not very many alerts. Remember, some of these are duplicates. Over the course of the day, maybe 3, 4 in each, not, and that's it. Otherwise, I am just looking at this. And for your people, if you could construct some kind of a scan, a race scan, and then, as I've been constantly saying, this turns out to be a great watch list for the day because the number of times a stock wins a race, the more times it wins a race, this APDN won 16 races. It's at the top of the list, all the way down to the number 10. This turns out to be a great watch list. Now, all you have to do is put a different price range, minimum of $10. Maybe again, whatever you think is a minimum float that you want, 30 million, 40 million, 100 million, that's up to you. And you could then have the same sort of thing just with higher caps and not quite as frantic. But I mean, we are really put as a company, this is the massive push and it is directed specifically at new traders. Now, I understand what you're saying. I mean, trading low float stocks at moving rapidly is not the easiest thing to do. I get that. Doesn't mean they have to do that as a new trader. They can they can have a higher market cap, higher floats, and all that. But the race concept, though, to get them just to share one scan all day long instead of flitting around and doing this, doing that, clicking on this and that. No. And unfortunately, what you're seeing here, and it's not bad, but the prototypes I've seen, you will see like a smooth transition. Something will be moving up very smoothly, and there's many more things more features are going to be added. Not more features to complicate the process, just to make the presentation a lot better. So there's my spiel. you know, If you want to go over to YouTube, I mean, Chris has a different take on the market than I do also, okay? So if you want to head over to YouTube in about 10 minutes, you can also talk to Chris and explain, just what you've told me. And then out of nowhere, I know, I mean, MTC, I mean, I know. 2 to 3 in a heartbeat. As is our goal. I mean, but as you know, Harris, trading is difficult. I mean, there still has to be some work. Even if you gave them, well, okay, there's no such thing as a 100% ironclad scanner that's going to give you, the perfect alert every single time. There still has to be some chart reading and some other experience and, using our simulator, practice trading, taking some trades, seeing how they work and all that. I mean, we definitely have the same goal. And yeah, we're not a red light, green light. Okay, you get this, buy it. You get this, sell it. No, we're not like that at all. We don't have a system like that. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas and not when you get an alert, trade it.com. Oh, there's no question. There's no question. I mean, this is a tool. It's a tool. It's not the, I mean, it's not the answer. Because you still need, as well, if you're talking 2 years, I mean, we feel the same way. I mean, Dan, our CEO, I mean, he feels that people should spend 3 to 6 months on a simulator before they start trading. And I know people don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. They want to get the program. They want to start trading immediately. I just wish I had a room like this, not just because of me, but because of the great traders we've got in when I first started trading. I floundered around for years, it seemed. All right, guys, this is what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to put the YouTube link in, and Chris is not there quite yet, but he'll be there in probably about 5 minutes. Look at this MTC. I mean, I want to say it came out of nowhere, but not really. I mean, we saw it. I mean, it already won 3 races ahead of the one it's probably going to race right now or win right now. That's an MTZ or MTC. Yeah, both of them. They're not related, are they? Can't remember anymore. MTC, what do they do? No, not related at all, just China. There's your relation, I guess. Well, this is a classic one, the MTC. I mean, it's classic. I mean, all day long, hardly anything, and then just at the end of the day, along with the pets, just absolutely rippage. I think my headset just died on me. Just give me one moment, please. There he is.
Here I am.
Can we say it again? Okay, guys, in the main room, I'm talking to Chris in our YouTube room now. So, Chris, can I say it again? What a day.
Please do.
What a day.
Please do.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know what to say at this point anymore. It's just,
look at the MTC.
Yeah,
I'm sure
it's right
I'm
on
sure
my
showing up
it's on
on
my
your
race
scans.
right now. It's going crazy.
Yeah.
It's one of the last 5 races in a row.
Exactly. And it's kind of out of nowhere. I mean, look at it all day.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, it was, I don't know, it was
Sweeping.
nowhere on my radar today. Halted, as a matter of fact. Just realized.
Yeah, exactly. But look at this, from 2 to 369 in less than 30 minutes.
Yeah,
That's not bad.
And different flavors for all kinds of traders today. Not just moves like that, but you had earlier. I was watching DBD had a nice pullback and then a move back up towards the high of the day again. Not a huge move because it's only 60 cents on the entire day, but we're comparing it to other things that are moving $10 in a day. It's just crazy. That's all there is to it.
Exactly.
So I will make the screen swap. I'm sure you're ready to get out of here.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm exhausted.
I can only imagine.
Okay, Chris.
So there we go. We'll see you tomorrow, Barry. Take care.
You bet. Okay, bye-bye.
All righty, Jim, Mike C, how are you? What a day, what a day, what a day. I'm out of all kinds of these words. Sorry, just checking messages here, make sure I didn't miss anything. Alrighty, very good. So yeah, I just another insane day here, and continues to show that you don't have to rush into things right away. This is a strange one right here. The volume pouring into this MHUA, but a lot of nice moves later in the day that you don't have to rush into these things early. ILAG, makes this big gap up. Now imagine having, saying to yourself, where's my writing utensil? Where are you, Epic Pen? Come hither. Now imagine, you run after this here and you say, oh, well, it's, it gapped up and it's holding the gap and it's consolidating. It looks like it's going to make that break right here. And then no, it fails, Is that a huge move down? No, but a lot of times with these smaller price stocks, the move down is the last move. You don't see a big recovery again. So having price alerts set at levels that are of interest to you should be a level of interest to you for a reason. It shouldn't just be a random level, obviously. But having those price alerts to continue to watch these throughout the day, because ILAG doesn't show up on my races again till much later in the day. However, because it showed up early, I set the price alert, not a bad move to catch there, right? What else? I mentioned DBD. I took a small one in this here, and I'd set a price alert here. It wasn't really going through, and it came back down into that price alert. And then when it captured and we closed up above this candle, I took a small trade here to here. I would have liked to have said from down here to up here, but that wasn't the case. It started to show some weakness, and so I killed the trade. But sometimes even capturing 10, 15 cents on these stocks that are on these smaller share prices, you can take a reasonable size on it, and having these defined risk levels, looking at that 380 level, that looked like a pretty solid level right there to me. And as I always say, look left, looking left to this here, that's where I'm looking and saying, gee, having some trouble around this area, so I don't want to stick around too long if it isn't going to really power through what I'm looking for. But like I said, the two questions you got to ask yourself before pressing buy every time: what's my stop? Why is it my stop? PETZ, that is making some noise here on the races. Oh, didn't expect to see that. My goodness. Dog and cat food manufacturing out of China. I'll reserve all jokes. However, I'm sure you can think of them on your own. What a blast out of here. This is coming through races. This was on race a while ago here. So at least, let's see, 2, 5, 4, 1. So at least, I don't know, 18, 19, 20 minutes ago, just started coming through, probably somewhere in here. Towards the end of that candle, the beginning of this candle was coming through here. So we caught it early. Caught it real early. Yeah, no, exactly, Jim. What a day. Roger, how are you? Good afternoon to you. Yeah, Jim, what a day. Tyler, MHUA. Yeah, I mean, that thing just made a freaking move. Look at this. I mean, a lot of volume came in on that. 1 minute volume still showing pretty hefty numbers right here. So I don't, a little bit of a spread on there. It's a little bit tough, but like I said, if you got your levels and you're managing your risk properly on these entries and exits, that's all you can do. The rest is up to the plan to execute. You can break here, trying to make another break here by this body of this candle right there. There it goes. Oof. Volume is still there too. I mean, look at we got 2 minutes before this 5 minute candle here closes, and it's almost at the top of the previous 5 minute candle. So we'll see. Spread continues to open up and then close up again. So we just had a print over at 70, 54, 50. But look at that spread open up. That's what I'm saying. You gotta recognize when these stocks have big personalities like this. I say big personality because it's got big spread. It's whipping all over the place. That was just a 50-cent spread a second ago, or 47-cent spread or something like that. It closes back up within 30 some odd cents. So again, be careful with these, please. That's all. What about APDN? That was I don't know. That was a weird one. I think it's halted like 30 times today or something. For me, not a realistic trader. If you caught it real early, but all through here, I mean, just halt and halt and halt and halt and halt. And how can you trade? I can't trade that. I don't want to trade that. That's too much of a headache for me. I mean, it's tough because look, you see a 463% move on the day. Now, a good portion of that is here in that gap. But all the same, it did make this move up and then caught the ADMA on this 15-minute chart and got a beautiful lift off of it again. Just was a little, halting early like that, like it did, because I think it halted 3 minutes in to the day, or 2 minutes and change into the day. Just kind of set that be cautious tone, and I can never find a rhythm with it on the day, so I stayed away from it. I would love to say I caught a piece of that 400% move, but I caught absolutely none of it. Barry didn't like it either. I'm not surprised. I'd imagine Barry had something similar to say like I did. When you're just halting over and over again, as much as, you can relate any kind of investing, trading, whether it's day trading or swing trading or some kind of long-term investment, to all kinds of quant and analytics and things like that. If you can't find a rhythm with a stock, though, for people that trade like Barry, myself, I feel like we have some kind of rhythm that we can feel with the stock before we get into it, before we take the trade. Doesn't mean we're always right about it, but my point is there's some kind of feel mechanism in my brain, and I couldn't wrap that around this stock today for myself anyways, so that's why I steered clear. Say BR. This was one that was popping up early today, and then I set this price alert, and it came through. I almost actually took it here. Said, actually, no, I'm lying. I almost took it here just before noon. And I said, and I kept bumping the price alert up. And I said, not too close to my not trade time, but still, still active. I mean, look, 5 million, almost 6 million shares traded today. You gotta look hard at that. Here's the thing, though. I set that price alert at this level, looking left. I knew that would be a tough level, trying to get up around that 6, and just really couldn't do it. How about look at on a monthly chart? You know, Peter, for that, looking at it on a monthly chart's kind of tough for me because, you know, it just doesn't have a lot, you know, have that kind of action to look at it like that for me. We'll bring up a monthly chart though. You know what I mean? Like look at that on a monthly chart, you know, because I'm guessing there's some reverse splits in here or something. And so it really makes it all screwy looking on a monthly chart to me. Yeah, just really tough like that. And it's halted again. And it's halted again. You know, that's the bad halt too, coming down. Stacking up at 327 right now on the way down, 325 now. So just a kind of a tough look. I mean, you know, looking on a monthly chart, it looks like it has room to, I'd say 540 is where I'd say on a monthly chart, but that's, you know, that's such a massive move in a day. And I know we're seeing stocks doing this really every day for the last at least 10 trading days, give or take. But it's not the normal, not the normal. This one, I feel like, you know, staying with that daily chart is where you want to be. You can run into, you know, you can see it, you know, this mountain that it's climbing here. And then if we look, you know, here's that 540 level I was just talking about for the monthly. So you can see that pretty defined here. Come on. Pretty defined there and pretty defined there on a daily chart. And so like, look, you know, on a daily chart, look at where the body of the candle is right now, where it's, you know, wicked out. You know, is that a coincidence that it happened to be with this plateau back here from February? I don't know. I don't think it's a coincidence, but maybe it is. And then look, it stalled out up here from this plateau back in January. Again, was that a coincidence? I don't think it is. So I feel like the daily chart gives me a little better look here, looking at those plateaus, those steps down that it's been making. But that's what my eyes see. You know, someone else's eyes might see something completely different. Sorry, just a message came in that I wanted to answer here. But that's kind of how I'm seeing it there, Peter, on the daily chart. And I feel like the daily chart gives me a better read for a lower price stock like that, because it's more likely when they're lower priced like that to get held up. Doesn't mean they will. And obviously we see stuff blast through it. But, you know, I don't make the assumption that that's what's going to happen. You know, play accordingly with share size and adjust along the way. ATMD 106, then day one hit new high, been trading between 8 and 9 all day. I think you're going to find a lot of people are trying to revenge short that because of HKD. I mean, it's just kind of ridiculous, this chart. I mean, at one point it had a 300 spread, a spread of $300, literally a spread of $300. So, you know, there's no, you know, what kind of technical analysis can you do on something like this? What kind of analysis can you do on this period? You know, you use the ranges on the day, because look, you're in this huge gap here. You're gapped up over this level from back here. There's nothing, there's no data here to go based on. So you're going to have to use ranges and moving averages on the day and stick with what you're comfortable with. You know, that's all I could say about something like that. It's madness. But good on anybody that took that yesterday in anticipation. Knowing that, you know, it had a relation to HKD and what that would mean for that. All right, so MTC, holy cow. Holy cow. Look at this. Oh my goodness, blasted right through 5. Right back under it again. The time and sales on that thing. I kind of wanted to take some here. Pay more attention, Chris. Pet Z, big pullback off that 3. IFRX, nah, nothing to comment here. Duo, that's ugly. That's real ugly. Grab, get your grab bag. I mean, these are the things that we have to look at. Look, it's up 9%, but 26 cents at $3, you know, so someone's going to say, oh, well, it's only a 26-cent move, right? But it's a 9% move on 26 cents, you know? We're just being spoiled lately. Here's one, Snap. This keeps showing up on my races early, and I keep setting price alerts to see and watch for a 10 break. But man, this thing just cannot catch it for right now. You know, I don't know. Will it ever? Who knows? But you know, even with $1 billion in the float, this thing can really go nuts here. You know, we've seen these moves here, multiple dollar moves in a day. So you know, big tasty gap up here. We know that gaps like to be filled, especially on the big names. And just, you know, get pinned under $10. It's tough. That's all there is to it. So if it keeps showing up in races, I'll keep setting price alerts. But it will not be something I'm going to jump right into. But MTC, my goodness. Alrighty. Just madness with some of this. Yeah, you know, where's my mouse? There we go. So MTC, let's look back on our daily chart. And so I didn't mean to zoom that far in or out, excuse me. So look at what I always like to do. Let's draw a line to the high of the day, more or less, right? And I think that's no happy accident that we're toeing this line. Look, the support for all this time came under, fought with it, and now it's become resistance and a resistance again. So, you know, 1 million in the float. So this thing can go insane, obviously. It's got a hefty range here from up above 15 to down under $2. And it's getting lift off right now. Holy, it's going to do 6 right now. There it goes, 6 over 6. Bang. So, you know, who knows? This thing could run for days. Wouldn't be surprising, and we've seen it do it in the past. So look at these moves in the past. So we know it can do it. It's done it more than once. To have massive, oh my goodness, it's going to do 7. There it goes, 7. Oh, I thought I was going to get it. Just cracked off of it. There it is. Did we get a print over 7 though? Yeah. Oh my goodness, this is insane. I'm dying right now. I didn't take that at 3. What do you even say? Look at that, right back down, 650 prints now, all the way back down. Look at the spread on this thing, insane. PETZ right back up there too. One's a little more manageable. What do we got? And no, can't chase that at 30 like that. Oh, PETZ might be something you want to put on your list too. Having a hard time understanding this. Oh, a reverse split. It must have been a reverse split. 2,000 for a lifetime high. There's no way. Absolutely no way. This you might want to put on a list too for tomorrow, though. Again, 4 million in the float. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. Dog and cat food manufacturing, but all right, I'll play along. I'll play along. Look at that. Time and sales.
Order partially filled.
All right.
Order filled.
Okie dokie. So SABR still can't completely poke through that level, but this might be something to watch tomorrow too. It's not got insane volume, but reported pre-market today. I say, you know, relatively speaking, it's very liquid, but you know, only doing 1.3 times what it's normally doing for all this right here. Now I'm guessing this massive volume day is having a big influence on it right there for that number. But all the same, if it can get through this level, you know, going back to, you know, trying to look at support and resistance here, if it can get through this level, you know, 7 and change up near 8 isn't unreasonable afterwards. Another dollar move. It's not unreasonable to see that, or, you know, to believe that that could happen. Now look, nice move from it today, 9% on, you know, 58 cents as of right now. So, you know, take these things into consideration and be realistic. Duo. Wow. What's going on with Chinese stocks right now? Doesn't seem to be all of China, though. Huh. Let's check the K-Web here. They do love me. Yeah, I mean, the K-Web had an okay day after this gap down and recovery on it, but it's not, I mean, it's not like it's doing anything insane. FXI. Same thing. I mean, feeling kind of weak into the close here. The SPY is kind of rolling over into the close here. New lows are really outpacing, especially on the large caps, trying to fight with each other a bit more on the small caps. But I don't know, nothing special. This must be these low float Chinese stocks are getting, you know, 2 mil here, 1 mil here, 1 mil there. There you go. I knew you could do it. Was this China too? Yep, China. And 8 million here. So got rejected off that 10. No, it wasn't a scanner. It was IB. I'd closed out a trade and I took a small loss on FIFE here. Took a little loss on that one there. So I didn't want to take it home with me, and my stop was 240. So came and danced that level and I just flattened it. Just didn't work out. So it's a little English dude from IB. He's trapped inside a computer. Oh my. Yeah, races will run post-market. I haven't really tried. Well, first off, I never trade post-market. I've literally never traded post-market. I have bought stocks in the post-market with an intent to swing them. I have not done that in probably 6 months, 8 months, 8 months probably since the last. I would have to venture a guess. Sometime late last fall might have been the last time I would have done it. I don't even know an exact date, but I've never traded the post market. Never, ever, ever, ever. So I don't know how great they would or wouldn't be. I'd have to do some experimenting with it to see how well that could work out. I don't see why it couldn't, but I always say, anybody asks me about post-market scanning versus regular market scanning, I always say that you want to structure those scans differently because there's a lot less liquidity in the post-market. And then also something may not have traded all day or traded much all day in the regular session. And then in the post-market session, all of a sudden it goes nuts. So you don't want to be hampered by filters in that regard. So it's like that fine line of having not too many filters, but the right filters to make sure you're getting post-market moves without getting the noise. But like this, this race here, the one that I share with you all, this technically it's this one here. Where are you? This will run into the post-market. So, yeah. Interesting. Oof. Uh-oh. Watch this for the halt on the downside now in the last couple of minutes. That's a big middle finger candle happening right there. Doesn't AMTD have a big float? I have no idea. I don't even know if we have float data for it. $35 million in float? No, it's not a big float. Not by quote unquote my standards. So many head fakes this morning. Again, MVST. Move here. It's first half an hour is tough for me to go in. And just kind of just left, but it's not like didn't do a huge move. Well, that would have been nice actually. We caught it at 3 and 3 to 320. That would have been tough. Just wasn't. I just didn't feel it. That's all. Look where the price alert was too. If we could get above this here, then we might get a runner. But not today. KR, same thing. Early big move, only 22 mil in the float. Again, China, but it just nothing could push through. Harumph. What's happened, David? Nope. Nope. I'm not running anything else. I mean, the only top list I have is my sector analysis list here. That I have on the screen, and I have the strength alerts here. And that's it. That's it. The only other windows I have are, I have this here, price alerts, single stock window that's tied to the SPY, and the strength alerts like this, the actual 5 for the week. All right. You can just be a knucklehead, huh? And then the other strength alerts window that I just brought over, and my sector list. That's it. And in all honesty, I only have this race and this race here because I don't know why. I just have them because I don't think I've taken a trade because of those, and I can't tell you how long. Everything has been the Bollinger Band race for the last 3 months at least now. Yeah, I haven't used an alert window. I can't even tell you the last time I used an alert window, to be honest, other than back testing and messing around, trying to still find the holy grail of scans for optimizing. CNTX, another one, big move and then just a fade all day. So, this is the norm on the small stocks. So UN, so it's going to be another Chinese play? No. Sound Hound, interesting, okay. Big float though. Well, good size float for such a small price stock. Newer issue. Interesting. All right. MTC back up over 7, flying again. I thought it was going to get halted on the way down. I was totally wrong. Almost rejected off of 8. I hope some of you took this down here and sold it somewhere in here. I hope you all did, but I hope at least some of you did. I like to root for people when I'm not doing it. MDJH, another Chinese one, 1 million in the float. I want to throw that on the list for tomorrow. My goodness, what a move. Look at the volume coming in. We got a few seconds. We've got 5 seconds to market close. 2, 1. Casino closed for the day. Wow. I don't even know what to say anymore. But this MTC, you're watching that in the after hours. I won't be trading it, but certainly going to watch for entertainment purposes. All right. Yeah, that totally changed my my trading style. Well, 2 things changed my trading style. 1, a bear market, and 2, these races. They just, I'm having a good go with it. And I'll be honest, I haven't been looking at things to swing lately very much. I've been looking a little bit more recently. And yeah, Dave, give me 1 second. I'll give you that race. Race. This thing, share. Copy. There you go. So that's that there. That the only difference between what I just shared with you and this one up here is this only has a $30 limit on price, where this one has a $100 limit on the price. So they both are minimum of $2, and this has a max of 100, and this has a max of 30. Other than that, everything else is the same. I mean, you can see this race and this race are exactly the same. So you can see here what these look like here. AMDE, Duo, SGFY, they're all there. They started a few seconds apart this morning. That's probably the one little hang up, but you can see, BQ right now. It's going crazy in the after hours, and here it is. Holy cow, look at this. Another Chinese one. Yeah, of course, Dave. Whoa, wait a minute. Okay, they completely changed this. Oh my God. Andy was asking me a question about something because apparently we changed something with a race configure here I was unaware of. Wow. Is this actually going, or is that just a print? Nope, that's actually going. So there's Teton now. China? Los gatos. No. So let's see. Show race setup. All right. Yeah, I was watching CORZ showed up for me a few times on some races earlier in the day, and I never heard from it again, strangely enough. Huh. I don't know if it actually won a race or not, but I know it was on them a few times. Yeah, there it goes. It won here. You saw it there. It won here at least once. But yeah, got a good look here, and now a red bar ignore on the daily chart here. No, actually, so Dave, the way that 15-minute volume works is actually means it's only doing 15% of what it's normally doing. It means there's not much volume on the 15-minute. But the reason I did that, nope, that's not what I want. That's what I do my compare charts. So this is the big thing for the race for me. Let me go into the configuration. All right. So that dropped 7. Yeah, that had that look like it could whip either way. So what I've done here is, there's the price range, and then I put this 15-minute or 15 in this 5-minute volume because when I first created the scan, I was using relative volume, but there were stocks that were just getting rolling out of nowhere and hadn't traded, and I had a 2 relative volume in there, and I was missing a lot of those stocks. But then when I took the relative volume out and had no other volume filters besides minimum shares traded on the day, I was getting a lot of stocks that were like trading like 4 huge lots of like 30,000 or something like that. And they, it was 4 consecutive moves up in big lots. So it satisfied the volume today, and it satisfied the Bollinger Band part of it. And it satisfied, being up, change from the open. But the issue was it hadn't traded in 20 minutes now. And so I'm getting these stocks that are winning races, but they hadn't traded for like 20 minutes. So I put the 15-minute, just a little volume in that 15 minutes just to say, hey, I don't want to see anything that hasn't been trading in the last few minutes. It's got to be all stocks that have been trading. And that's essentially what I did there. And then, yeah, I want to see it extending to the upper band. because as a John Bollinger fan, I want to see, I want to see things. I want to see things maybe just before they break the upper band as a shot at taking it long. So I don't use Bollinger Bands at all. But if we threw Bollinger Bands on this 15-minute chart here, let's get rid of this here. And we look at, CORZ, for example, breaks the band here, goes on to make a nice move, right? That's John Bollinger, how he thinks Bollinger Band should work, essentially. So I'm not going to argue with him. And I get a lot of people like to play them to revisions. And, at some point you could have played this to a revision here to the 20 SMA. But it's just not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for momentum. And Bollinger Bands, I use them as a momentum like that. So it's, let's look at MTC, for example. Well, let's get rid of this post-market first because that's going to screw everything up. So it's hard to see here because the Bollinger Bands are so tight here, but it breaks that band and never looks back. OST, I think this will be a better example. All right, break the bands here, and we just kept going. ILAG. We broke the band here, but we never really reverted to the mean. And we just kept pushing, and then we break the band again here before we get liftoff again. So that was the thought process behind what I was looking for on the scan. We're trying to catch things a little bit before they break the band and catch that momentum in them. Sorry, I want to show Andy something here. I do apologize. I'm trying to take screenshots and things aren't working for me. All right, there we go. Sorry about that. We're doing some changing with a few things here. Try to simplify. I think it simplifies. I don't trade the expensive stuff either, but it was just, I did this for the group, and so that's why I made it such a big range. I figure, price is one of the easy enough things. Whoa, that's going. Earnings just posted, so I figure price is one of those easy things that people can change real quick. There's no complication in that of figuring out what the filters are doing for that. Yes, that's correct. Yep, that's the scan I dropped has those filters. There we go. All right. How do I sorry. Oh, yeah, MA, and yep, it was coming through the Bollinger Band one. So here we go. Jamie was asking about, do the races work in the after hours? And look what it's had caught in the after hours here. These things that it's caught. I stopped the race, but, here's this one's still moving. So MTC moving in the after hours still. Moving in the after hours. So, damn, I'm catching quite a few today. Wasn't expecting all that. We're catching some real nice movers in the after hours here. And look at the, holy cow, look at the volume on this. You got people that are just pumping stuff now. You probably got a few rooms that are seeing this.
SABR.
SABR setting off another alert here in the after hours, but I don't think that's, just one print. One print at 95. Literally one share. Dumb. If you are on the newest beta version, though, with your price alerts, you can do this. You can uncheck trigger after hours, and that's it. It won't trigger in the after hours anymore. It's got to be on the newest beta. All righty. Okay, I think I got everyone's question. All right, there we go. I think that's something that's happening with that, Dave, if I'm not mistaken. I don't get quite the, sometimes I get like all this information that I overhear from development and then I don't hear anything forever. But I feel like that was something I overheard the other day, yesterday. Some of these days just all blend together. That it's going to default to no trigger, no after hours on the price alerts. I thought, unless I misunderstood something, I think that's what's going to be happening. Oh man, still running here. No, I agree. And I got to tell you, that was one of the things that used to drive me nuts was my freaking price alerts, because every day at 8 o'clock, like if I had some price alerts from the night before and they were all, it just seemed like somehow there was a print that triggered off all my price alerts at 8 o'clock. And then I couldn't reset a lot of them, even though, I don't know. There was nothing there. There's no stock, no shares really being traded. It was one freaking print sending them off. Another one, 1.7 mil, SXTC. This is insane. What is going on here? I swear this is like the Twilight Zone right now. MDJ going to get back in, MDJH going to get back in the action. I mean, insane volume on every one of these. This didn't trade all day long. Look at this. This is right at the end of the day is all the volume. Literally at the end of the day is all the volume. Uh-oh. Andy, he's killing me. He bought PayPal at the end of the day, not knowing they had earnings because he liked the chart all the same. And then this happens. Good on Andy. Wow, what a move here. What a move for Andy. I love it. AMD reported yesterday. Did AMD report today or yesterday? Today. I don't know why I thought it reported yesterday. Woof. Oh, about a washout here. I don't know, wanna. Huh. This is why I don't trade in the post market. Look at this. Interesting enough, where did it bounce? It just happened to draw this line and it bounced on this line. That's hysterical. GERN. GERN. That sounds familiar. GERN. Good size float in that, but nice flagging pattern up here. Bust through here. There and there, obviously. AMD, they were down. They were down over $10 a share at one point in the post market, and then came back. They're down 4, but that's after they had been, technically they're flat because, from the open they were flat, or previous day's close. Yeah, they split a couple of days ago, a week ago, something like that. Oh, thanks, Jamie. Yeah. I just don't do post market, but having live data in the post market like that is definitely one of our advantages over a number of other other competitors. I don't know if AMD hit or miss. Airbnb. Airbnb. I need to see some more good construction on this chart for me anyways. I mean, it's not You know, you're off these lows, this nice little rounded bottom here, but not crazy about it. Oh, reported earnings. I didn't even realize. I'm just looking over here at the daily chart. I didn't even see any of this for a minute. I was so tunnel visioned about the daily chart. I don't know if it, you know, earnings are so funny. It does this, and then for all we know, tomorrow it's going to open up here. You know, the rest of the post market might creep back up this way. Now I'm thinking of this more, you know, more long-termish. If you know, you get back up over this level again here, I could see it drifting its way this way. Of course, if the market just rolls over, that's Airbnb is going to get slaughtered if the market rolls over. It's just as simple as that. You know, a couple of days with the bears and bulls sparring now on the overall market, so kind of hard to say on this. You know, taking a look at this here with the SPY, really post market. Get rid of this Bollinger Bands too. I do not like stuff on my charts, like very little on my charts. You know, you've got this massive move that happens from here through here. And you got like this move down, move up, and move down. So you got some sparring going on at this level here. I'd say this is overall bearish action the last couple of days, but I also thought on this move down here, we were going to continue to do that, and we did that. This was what I thought, and that's what happened. And again, why I don't get paid for thinking. I get paid for a system and executing on the system. Yeah, I agree, Dave. I don't like to buy things in a downtrend. A pullback is different than a downtrend, too. Or, you know, subjective. One person's pullback is another person's downtrend, but all the same. No thanks. Yeah, I had a feeling that all those crazy Chinese movers, low floats, were gonna get rug pulled. I don't see how they didn't. It's not like there's some big news that was moving them. I think it was just, you know, one started to move, and unscrupulous individuals that are capable of pumping low floats all decided to piggyback on a whole bunch of them and make them move. So all the same, you're on the right side of it. You're on the right side of it. That's all that matters. Wolf, what's happening? Be safe on that road. AMD, yeah, I don't. Let's here take a quick look here. AMD. Let's see what the IB news feed has to say. So yeah, still down bigly. So Wolf's on a road trip, he's telling us. What was I looking for? This here. Dow Jones, global news, and blah, 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 blah. 6 minus, plus minus 10 million. There's nothing else there. That's third quarter, gross margins, guidance. Tops earnings expectations. There's your overall expectations. So, you know, the thing is, it's never the news, always the reaction to the news. So sales. This is what they're guiding for the third quarter right now. So interesting. We'll see how that shakes out. Excuse my yawning. I think I'm just about done here for the day. So things I want to reiterate. Don't go chasing stocks. Words of TLC, don't go chasing waterfalls. I know there's going to be runners. As I always say, there's going to be runners off the open. If that's what you want to chase, if that's what you want to go after, you have a trading plan that works well and you're doing well, then do it. Obviously do it. If you find yourself constantly buying anything in the first half an hour and getting flushed afterwards, stop doing that. That's all I can say. Set price alerts. Look left. Scroll out on a 15-minute chart for a few days. Look on a daily chart. Go back some time. Look left. Where does a price alert look logical to see? Do you want to set it a few cents below that logical area to try to catch it, be alerted before it may make that big move? Got giving one up to capture another. These are the trade-offs that we make. Do you set the price alert above to catch it, when it might be making the break? That's up to each individual trader style, but don't go running after stuff. There's plenty of time to get in these trades during the day. OSTC, another one, makes a pullback for making another move later in the day. On top of, gap up, move sideways all this time, and then explodes higher, right? 2 15-minute bars to get into off that move right there. And then, it never comes crashing down off that big move right there. So I just want to illustrate these things or re-illustrate them over and over again. Same thing here. You get a big move up, a pullback, and then we get the explosion later in the day. So I think there's plenty of examples of that to prove my point that, chasing after them is more risky than rewardy, than letting them come back to you. So that's my 2 cents there. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So, all right, everybody, that'll wrap it up for me today. Today was quote-unquote turnaround Tuesday. We will do this all again tomorrow on Wacky Wednesday. Also one of my favorite Dr. Seuss books for those keeping score at home. Is there anything big tomorrow? No, I don't think so. I don't think there's anything major going on to be reported for tomorrow. I mean, other than the regular crazy news in the world. So, what are the most interesting races to watch for day trading? You have 5 of them. So Mr. Rogers, before I wrap up here, I really only use one race. These 2 races here, these ones I'm going to put the pink circles in. I don't even use them. They're just there. I don't even look at them. This race with the X and this race with the X are exactly the same. And this race here, that I'm going to put another X on right there, that is the same as this and this, except this has a $100 limit on it, and these have $30 limits for the price. And that's it. I really, these 2 right here, I don't even look at them. They're just there because I don't know why. And this is same thing. I don't even look at this. It's just there. But I will share. I'll stick links for all of these in there. As a matter of fact, I'll stick links for every one of them in there, and you can go through and see what you like and don't like. And that's how I'll wrap up the day today. So let me look here. So here's this, share, copy. You too, Raj, you take care. Wolf, be safe on that road. All right, so there's that file. Go from cloud. Gap up, share, copy. The only race that I use are these 2, but they're exactly the same. I just have one up here and one down here. They're exactly the same. And it's the same as this, except this has a $100 price cap on it, and this has a $30 price cap on it. This has a $30 price cap on it. That's it. I just shared that window, and then I just shared that window, and I'll share this one here. But I don't use them. I don't look at them. They're just there. I really never look at them. But happy to share them all the same. Maybe someone else will look at them and, find them as a jewel. And I'll share the Bollinger Band one more time just to make sure everybody got that. And that will be a wrap for me. There we go. Give everybody a second to get those all downloaded there and linked up. But yeah, that's you know, they're working well for me. That's all I can say. You know, I don't. Wow, what a move here. No, it was under $2. That's why I never saw it earlier. Yeah, just to finish that thought though, don't go chasing. That's all I can say. Don't go chasing. Don't go chasing. Don't go chasing. Ask yourself 2 questions before pressing buy every single time. What's my stop? Why is it my stop? Do that for your next 20. If you're not doing that regularly, do it for your next 20 trades. Don't place a trade if you can't answer that. Make sure every trade that you get into the next 20 trades, if you're anybody who's been struggling, that you do that. Watch the difference in your results. I'm not saying you're going to light the world on fire, but I will say that your results will be better for sure. There's no way they can't be. So, all right, perfect. We got them. You got them, Mr. Rogers. Thank you all very, very kindly again. And until tomorrow, I bid you adieu. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.